Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Give me 1 second. We setting up the show. Got a great show to talk about. Shout outs to And One Play 5. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Shout outs to D in the building. Listen, give me 1 second, y'all. We're setting up the show. Got a great show for you guys tonight. Please support the show on the way in. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Give me 1 second, all right? I got y'all on the night shift. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Bust all in there. Bust all over it in there. Bust it all in there.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Bust all over it in there. Bust it. Bust it in there. Bust it in there.
How about I just slide back to the west with ya? I just hope that you don't get mixed messages. I think I let you break my heart, it might be fun. I just hope that you don't get mixed messages. You put that shit right under your tongue. You put that shit right under your tongue so you can feel where I'm from. Put that shit right under your tongue. You put that shit right under your tongue so you can feel where I'm from. I don't want it if you ain't seen it. I like them greedy. Block high so it's steaming. I count my weeks when you be pulling up, it don't really last too long. I wish I could take you on the road, but I take my gun.
I wish I could take you on the road, but I brought my gun. She said she loved me, but she left me stranded on our prom. Got 2% up on my phone, just sitting there looking dumb. Just lost my head, my phone went dead while giving directions to mom. Hey, I don't see how love no more. At first I used to see it. I looked up in the phone and I missed messages deleted. Yeah, say you wanna slide back to the west, but we can't go no more. You just wanna break my heart in this bed that I just let you go.
How about I just slide back to the west with ya? I just hope that you don't get mixed messages. I think I let you break my heart, it might be fun. I just hope that you don't get mixed messages. You put that shit right under your tongue. You put that shit right under your tongue so you can feel where I'm from. Put that shit right under your tongue. You put that shit right under your tongue so you can feel where I'm from.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show. My name is DJ Kuda. Wait, shout outs to every building. Yes, sir, Ski. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze, D in the building. And one play 5 in the building as always. Big old player in the building. Shout outs to Braz, Flat Power God in the building. My brother from another mother, Chris G in the building. Shout outs to the real ones tapping in. And definitely shout outs to the real ones supporting the show. Hitting the Cash App, hitting the PayPal. Shout outs to Link, man. Thank you, bro. I'm gonna give a big shout outs to Link, man. Shout outs to my brothers that show love off air and support Player Talk Radio anywhere because they care, man. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for everybody that always has me in your thoughts and definitely supports the show, you know, when you guys tap in, man. Shout outs to Raven in the building. What's going on, man? Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man. These are, you know what I'm saying? These are good hours, man. Awkward hours to learn, but you know, no real talent around here, you know? Yeah, shout outs to Chris G, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody that supports Player Talk Radio, man. You guys keep the show going. You guys keep me going, and I appreciate you guys, and that's why I want to bring you guys, you know, especially over the years, man. I've been working very hard over the years, bringing you guys really good content, you know, and haven't wavered, and I haven't grifted, man, you know. Look at this space, man. This shit look completely different now, man. All these new cats in the space is going backwards, man. I'm really not a fan of these new people, man. I'm really not. I'm not fond of this shit. You dig? Yeah, it's the best time to watch the world for sure, you know? Y'all know I made my bones around these hours, man. You know, late nights and early mornings, man. Y'all know how it goes, man. My real players in the building. Hustlers, you dig? Shout outs to Chris G. Good luck, man. Yeah, man. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy your time on vacation, man. You dig? We all can use a vacation. You dig? Look, man, I was just alerted to this before I went live. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Drewski's an idiot, bro. I saw a little bit of this. I said, oh, man, I got to play this on the show. We got to react to this, you know? You know, I was telling you guys, you know, how the quality went down, man. You know, Erika Kirk took on Nicki Minaj. You know, even Trump, you know, co-signing Nicki and you know, Turning Point USA, and just so much stuff been, you know, going on in the world. You know, even UFO Kamikaze, he's dropping gems in the chat on this whole alien invasion thing. But it's like people don't give a damn no more, man. You know, the world been trying to turn people into aliens for the longest fucking time. Go look at men. Look at what they've been doing to men. You people wonder why men check out, you know. And man, you know, I was listening to a snippet from a show that I did not a long time ago, a couple days ago, weeks ago. And I was like, bro, I'm like, dog, I wonder if y'all are taking what I be saying in, like what I be giving y'all some really high quality game that you're not gonna hear from nobody around here. They're all copying people, man. Nobody around here can put together a damn thought, you know, a original thought together. You know, they've been copying us for the longest fucking time and dishing that shit back in front of our face. And then when the real thing come around, all of a sudden it's fuck the manosphere. Oh, fuck the manosphere. Y'all didn't do anything for us. And hey, nigga, y'all done took y'all whole shit from us. But I gave y'all the game. I was going over a snippet where I was telling you guys about God and how the angels and demons and, you know, whatever, they were jealous of man. You know what I'm saying? Especially Satan, aka, you know, Lucifer. You know what I'm saying? And I was talking about like the Garden of Eden. And I was like, man, dog, I can't believe I told y'all this shit. Like how cold what I was telling y'all, you know, on this show. I was like, man, if you really look at it, you know, Adam was free. You know what I'm saying? Adam was free. You know, Adam was in the Garden of Eden and he was at peace with the world. Adam didn't want peace. You know, Adam didn't want peace. Adam had peace. You know, as a man, Adam attained nirvana in the Garden of Eden, you know, was in sync with the world, wasn't fearing tigers, lions, any of that. He didn't have to really, you know what I'm saying? He didn't have to really, you know, come at, you know, he didn't really have to be worried about his mortality. You know what I'm saying? Everything was figured out. Everything was perfect. Everything was succinct. Everything was perfect. Now, if you believe in the story of Lilith, you know what I'm saying? If you believe in the story of Lilith, maybe that could have been something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe you might have an argument there to say that, peace had to be restored because she disturbed his peace. You know, somebody can make that, you know, distinction. Somebody can throw that up there. Oh, well, Eve was disturbing Adam's peace anyway. Not Eve, I mean Lilith. And then God had to make Eve. You know, the world wasn't, you know, whatever God created in the Garden of Eden, it wasn't perfect for Eve, nor Lilith. You know what I'm saying? Women had, conflict, you know. Eve conspired with Satan. And then, you know, you start to see what we have in the world today. You know what I'm saying? But man wasn't trying to make anything perfect. You know, man wasn't trying to, bring order to things. Man wasn't trying to destroy anything. Everything was perfect. You know, wasn't worried about no balance, wasn't worried about none of that stuff. And look where that simping got us. You know, look where Adam's simping. Look where it got us. Now we got to worry about aliens and shit and flying saucers. Like, why the fuck do I got to worry about aliens, nigga? I'm just trying to chill. Damn. What the hell do them niggas want? Shit, at this point, just take the earth. Take it. Take it. At this point, take this motherfucker. Fuck are we talking about? Take this shit. Y'all can have it at this point. Shit, it ain't even worth taking. If you smart, it ain't even worth taking. Niggas talk about some aliens gonna kidnap us and start sticking probes up niggas' ass and all kinds of shit. Go take the broads, bro. They like shit getting stuck up their ass. I'm good. Shit. OnlyFans culture and stuff like that, man. I was telling y'all some shit about OnlyFans, and then and the owner, remember a couple weeks ago on the show, and then he died. You know, because we were talking about how it's not legal. We were talking about how women are hovering over that, they were talking about how women are hovering over that join button on their 18th birthday. Bitches don't give a damn about flipping burgers. They just go straight to fucking OnlyFans. So OnlyFans culture is changing right now also. I told y'all later on they're gonna talk about some fucking the effects of OnlyFans and what it's done to society and stuff like that. Because I was telling y'all how unfair shit is, you know? And then now you got Zuckerberg. And you got what else you got? You got what's going on, JR? You got Zuckerberg and you got YouTube. You know, they getting sued and shit like that. So people talking about this might be the end of of social media, which I doubt it. But it is what it is. We're gonna get into this game. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal on the way in. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, Vader? Here we go. UFO said niggas getting pegged already, bro. I'm knowing it, man. I'm like, take this motherfucker. Niggas used to be afraid of getting abducted by aliens. Now them niggas are threatening you with a good time. Them niggas gonna abduct a gay nigga. What you gonna do to me, Mr. Alien Mans? Bro, Humans have morphed into everything they used to fear. Go let the aliens abduct the gay dude. What you gonna do to me, Mr. Alien Mans? You gonna put some nigga, niggas ain't afraid of no fucking aliens. Niggas gotta go to work tomorrow. Like take me where the money resides. Hey yo. Yo, niggas gonna hop out. Niggas gonna hop out the back of the UFO. They gonna hop out the back of the UFO.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your VIN and the paper because I'm asked. What the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary had a little lamb. Okay.
Niggas inquiring about where the aliens gonna take them. Look, like, is you gonna abduct me? Just look. Just make sure I'm at. Just make sure you got me. Just make sure you have me back in time so I can go work tomorrow and shit. Niggas don't give a fuck. Niggas don't give two shits. All right, let's get into this. Drewski, now Druski done put on a fucking wig, but let's go. Shout outs to All Urban Central. I want to see what he got to say about it. We're going to see what other people got to say about it, and we're going to talk about it. Let's go.
Hey, y'all, we got to talk because Druski is getting absolutely cooked right now on the internet. And I ain't going to lie, this one is messy. Like, this ain't your regular ha-ha viral skit. This is one of those moments where people are saying, nah, bro, you went too far. So Druski's dropped some new skits, and the title basically playing on how conservative women act in America.
Get on your feet, boy!
Now, basically, these are trad cons. Shout outs to War Master. We talked about it. And hopefully when War Master get back, hopefully when he get back, home, we definitely do a deep dive on that because I definitely want to do a deep dive on that because these are trad cons. These are women pretending to be conservative. They're conservative when it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? They're conservative when it's convenient. All right. So a lot of women on the conservative game, a lot of them, they are, they're conservative when it's convenient. Okay. Also, too, giving y'all the game, feminism cannot exist outside of a patriarch. If women ran the world, feminism wouldn't exist. Okay? This is why feminism is super radical in the black community because we are a matriarch within a patriarch. That is the perfect weapon. That is the perfect. We are in a matriarch within a patriarch. Within our world, within our world, feminism has become the perfect weapon. That's what I want to say. All right. So it's when it comes down to it, in a privileged society, feminism makes sense. But in a society that's built on realism, and when it comes down to it, to keep it intact, you know what I'm saying? Even feminist women need to keep the patriarchy intact to keep their position in their social standings and political standings. Okay? So feminism would not exist without the patriarch. 1000%. Women don't give a shit about each other when they running shit. Okay? Oh, man, we got to talk about that, Raven. For sure. For sure, we got to talk about that.
raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but how about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible. Sweet cream foam chai ice matcha. And Bella will have all organic puck cup.
A puck cup?
Yes, everything organic.
Puck cup?
4, 3, 7. Oh, are you good? 4, 3, 2. Hold your chest lifted when you're lifted.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys care about in this game. America is built on their backs. Yes, because they are the ones who mattered most.
Cool, nothing crazy at first, right? Nah, that's what you think. Because once people actually watched it, they realized what he was really doing. So in the skit, Druski comes out looking wild. Blonde wig, blue eyes.
Well, this is the thing though. I don't think he was ready to go in on Nicki Minaj just yet. So I guess he's going through Erika Kirk to get Yo. I guess he was going through Erika Kirk to go after Nicki Minaj because Erika Kirk is slandering the fuck out of she just destroyed basically what Charlie Kirk worked for, you know. Then they were trying to say Candace Owens was a double agent also. We're gonna get into it. Let's go.
Eyes full, makeup, prosthetics, acting like this upper class conservative white woman. And he's doing all these exaggerated bits, talking politics, religion, lifestyle. But here's where it gets controversial. People online immediately said the character looked like Erika Kirk. Now, if you don't know, she's the widow of Charlie Kirk, who was...
Of course, he didn't have a Turning Point USA. Listen, he's speaking in codes. And plus, I don't give two shits for the most part. Unless it's us and people like myself that done went over it. I don't give two shits about what black people got to say about this shit. I don't give 4 fucks about what black people got to say about this shit. Because other than the Nicki Minaj cosign and all that other stuff, which they still don't even understand, this ain't even about niggas. And first of all, niggas don't even know shit about no damn Charlie Kirk because they were getting it wrong the whole time. They don't watch no Charlie Kirk fucking debates or anything and all that stuff. Charlie Kirk wasn't even talking about niggas half the time. Niggas claimed that he was talking about them. They really wanted to insert themselves in his assassination so bad. It made a fucking fool out of black people. Black people in America are fucking werewolves. They just want something to chew on, whether it's their own or something that they had no business in. Niggas really trying to jump in front of bullets for Karen up there in Minnesota and stuff like that. Trying to make it about them. Real talk. I hope politics made a lot of us go black pill on our own people where we need to be. Black people should be naturally black pill about everything. If anything, we got the potential to be the best Americans that ever lived. respectfully coddled, you know. Shit is goofy. This shit is goofy. So I don't give a damn about niggas' interpretation of this shit for the most part. If they ain't in the know. You see, us over here on Player Talk Radio, we're in the know. You know, we know what to look out for. You know what I'm saying? We know what to look out for. That's why when niggas was just playing those little goofy ass clips. Oh, he said so much stuff about black people. Actually, he didn't go in on black people like people think he did. You know what I'm saying? But let's go.
Was assassinated last year. So now people are like, wait, hold up. Is he mocking a grieving widow? And when I tell you the internet flipped.
And she's not grieving. Let's go. Yeah, I tagged him in it. The new Ace Combat. Bro, that new Ace Combat looked crazy. I got it on my wall. Yeah. I need a boost, y'all.
I mean, full meltdown mode. You got people saying this is disrespectful. You making fun of someone who lost their husband. Comedy ain't supposed to go this far. And then on top of that, people bringing up the whole whiteface conversation. They like, yo, if this was reversed, everybody would be canceled immediately.
Another example of privileges black people have that white people do not is the ability to perform comedy. Listen, Drewski pretended to be Erika Kirk. He said conservative women, but let's be honest, in his latest skit, was it distasteful? Maybe to some. Was it funny? Yes, but if you were a white person who went in as a black character, ooh, baby, we already know what the internet would say. So listen, you guys want to continue to be victims. You want rules for thee, not for me, and it's not fair. That's why we're over the double standards. But go watch his skit if you've not seen it.
So now it ain't just about the skit. It's about race, grief, politics, everything mixed into one. Now, me personally, I gotta keep it real with y'all. Druski been pushing boundaries. Remember that redneck skit that he put out?
Here's the love. Here's the honor. If you can't come in her, come on her. Yeah! Joanna, you need to come up. You need to listen to your nana. Go ahead, baby.
Just the imagery behind these skits is hilarious. I used to like Seinfeld. Seinfeld was my show.
Hey, me, Ma. How you doing, baby? How you doing, baby? All right, now. Hey, you lost, boy? No, I'm going to the race. What race? NASCAR race. You going to NASCAR? Yes, sir. A little bit. You ain't lost, is you? No, I'm going to the race, sir. Sure about that? Yes, sir. Find something safe to do, boy.
This is literally Druski's brand. Awkward, uncomfortable, over-the-top comedy. But this time, he stepped into a different arena. Because when you involve real people and real tragedy, it hit different. Like, this ain't just a random character anymore. People feel like there's a real target behind you.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man. Especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down.
You a mailman, a white mailman. Don't let nobody disenfranchise you, especially if you work at the post office.
We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America.
See, they gotta get men to participate in society. This is why they don't like the red pill. This is why they despise MGTOW. The world is not traditional. Men have picked up on it. They got to get you to compete in. They got to get you to. They got to get you to participate in society. But if men don't see any reason to participate in society, you're getting vilified. Nothing is traditional. Niggas got to fight for the nuclear family. You know, if you don't have a nuclear family, the men can't be traditional. That you can't pull the wool over their eyes. See, if we actually had a real patriarch for the most part, not this BS that we have right now, if we actually had a real patriarch for the most part, men would see a reason to participate. But niggas ain't gonna participate when you gotta protect your damn family. You gotta protect your family for you gotta protect your family from the same people that's trying to get you to participate. How does that work? That's demonized your manhood. Oh, so they can use your manhood and make you go to war and do a bunch of goofball shit for a country that won't even take care of you when you get back. You can't even discipline or rear your kids. Nobody finna do any of that goofball shit. It's fried the fricassee. Men don't got no incentive really. They're like, man, participate for what? It ain't got nothing left for the men out here these days, man.
Especially all white men in America.
So men are going to make their own. They're going to make their own way. They're going to go places where they can actually be a real patriarch. You dig? Let's go. Player talk. That's why I tell you, black men, stop having this goofy race loyalty cross on your back. You understand what I'm saying? Stop having this goofy race loyalty cross on your back. You understand what I'm saying? You've done all you need to do. You are a free man. You can do whatever you want. You can go wherever you want. Start whatever business you want. Just worry about you and yours, you know? If you want to travel and start a family, you can do that. If you want to start a family, find you a good, beautiful sister and start a family, you can do that. But just be careful. Be careful. Don't be surprised when you find out society may have more influence on them than you do. So you need to be aware of the effects on society, on yourself, and everywhere else, because it is woven into your identity as an American. But what is woven into your identity also is freedom. And I'm gonna tell you right now, there's little pockets, there's little pockets of freedom as a black American male that you have that the white man is locked out of by their own volition. You know what I'm saying? So they gotta cross. They gotta, shout out to my Glacier players, but I'm telling you the truth, they gotta cross on their back also. And I get into it. You know what I'm saying? I get into it real deeply if you guys pay attention to the game I gave you. You see, what people don't understand is, shout outs to Spawn. He said, same reason why I left the pro-black shit back in the 2010s. Choose who fuck with you. That's some real shit right there. But let me give y'all the game short in a nutshell, all right? Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, and support the show, because I'm about to tell you the biggest, huge chunk of information right now that I want y'all to take with y'all today, and nobody can take this away from you as a black man. As a black man, you are actually the most free in America that you've ever been, even more than the white man. Because when it comes down to politics and it comes down to everything in America, guess what? They turned your woman on you to a certain degree. So you have a lot of sisters running around here with this goofy race loyalty cross on their back. And they don't even know what it's for because they don't even respect manhood. But I'm telling you right now, you can do whatever you want. You can go find you a sister. You could be whatever the hell you want to be. But guess what? You're actually, again, the most free man on the planet because it don't even matter. Their numbers are falling. All kinds of other goofy shit is going on in their community. So to a certain degree, the Glacier Man has no choice but to practice race loyalty. You, on the other hand, doesn't make you a traitor. It doesn't make you anything. Either way it goes, it makes you a free man. It makes you a free man. You know what I'm saying? It makes you a free man. You can be a nomad righteously and don't even have to worry about your numbers dropping. You don't have to worry about none of that. You, as a Western American male, is the most free man on the planet. It all depends on how you look at it. But they distract you into thinking that you have to practice race loyalty, and it ain't even about practicing race loyalty. You want to give up when you understand what's going on in the world and how they try to cornhole you into something. You got to understand. It's how you look at it. You understand what I'm saying? It's how you look at it. They put that cross on your back where you feel like, oh man, I got to save the black community and all this other stuff. No, you don't. You didn't put yourself in that community. So don't waste your only life. Don't waste your only life trying to be loyal to something that, you know what I'm saying? And listen, if that's what you want to do, I respect that decision also because it's noble. But if you're not going to do your history, you don't understand that what odds are against you, bro. You can sit up there and waste your only life that you got. You can sit up there and waste your only life that you got. But to a certain degree, that Glacier Man is obligated. You are not obligated. You understand what I'm saying? Black man is alone anyway. There's this girl that repeat what I was telling y'all for years. I forgot what fucking site she's on. I think it's TikTok or something, talking about the black woman is a slave master to the black man. I'm like, man, look at these people giving y'all a horrible rendition of shit I've been telling y'all over the years. There's some shit that sister is gonna do and say to you that's identical to the white man. Because that's how they you know, that's how they positioned it, you know. Now listen, it is noble for you to want to have a black family and raise a black family and stuff like that. And either way, if you make a child anyway, you're a black man, it's gonna be a black family either way. You know, so I'm not telling you to abandon your race. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just telling you that you are absolutely free. Feminism hasn't gotten to the point where the white man can abandon his race, even though he can date whoever he wants. But he still has an obligation. You see what I'm saying? Their numbers are dropping like crazy. This is why America is posturing up right now to have sundown towns to repopulate the Glacier community. They can't really be taking on South Africans and Italians and all these other people. They can't really do that. They have to keep it pure. So, lo and behold, we reach we plateau and reach a place where it's like, damn, if the black man actually sit back and look at his options, he's very much free, especially in the West. It's just that the illusion and all of this stuff in front of you, and then the sisters and stuff like that, they you know, they gotta distract you into race loyalty that they're not even practicing. That's why all of those Hotep women, literally, all of those Hotep women was looking those Hotep dudes in the face and was telling them, we are divesting. And you had people like Taz and all these other people, O'Shea and all these other people around here telling y'all to kiss the feet of black women, and they telling you that they about to go divest. They about to go get them a white man. See, all of them, they practice that shit, and when you practice it now, is fucked up. Remember, Bwigtow came before MGTOW. Black women going their own way. Black women have no problem telling you that they're going their own way and that they don't need you. Always remember that. Bwigtow came before MGTOW, giving y'all some real game. Now, shout outs to my real sisters and shout outs to the real good black women that are out there. They're far and in between, but this is the truth. Bwigtow came before MGTOW. They wanted to emancipate themselves from you when they've never been under a real black patriarchy. Tell me when there was a black patriarchy. Yeah, and you know what, Spawn? And before I went live, I saw Taz over on Q Butter streaming. I'm like, how is he still invited over there? Wasn't he agreeing with Cynthia G for the annihilation of the black boys? They even want to internally annihilate the black community by saying, "Oh, you know what I'm saying? Abort black male babies." You know, the genocide has been done in the black womb more so than the living. If we're alive and we can talk about the atrocities of the living black man, you have no idea of the war of the black womb. So they wanted to assimilate with with Glacier America anyway. And Glacier America was assimilating with the sisters anyway. And then it's funny that what would have been the tragic mulatto, black boy or black women, especially the black men, because that's really what the HBCUs was created for. It's funny how sisters, they overly, prop up HBCUs, but HBCUs were created for the freedmen's. They were created for mulatto black boys. Because you had a lot of white men that had problems in their communities. Yeah, the daughters of the trade. Yeah, you already know, D. You have a lot of white men in their communities that were having a hard time dating and doing whatever and stuff like that. So they went with the sisters. See, when the white man get with the sisters, that makes them wild. That makes them more attractive. That makes them more sexually unhinged. It's attractive to certain white women. You understand what I'm saying? It's attractive. When it's the other way around, white women get chastised for that. They call them mud sharks and stuff like that. They go on Twitter. You can go look it up right now. These are all terms. They don't like when the white woman dates out. It's the complete opposite effect. This is why a lot of rich white women, they go get with lesbian, black sisters and stuff like that. They do different things, I'm telling you. So a lot of, it wasn't for our community. A lot of Glacier women were cornholed into feminism. Feminism makes sense from a white woman's standpoint. It makes sense. I can't take that away from white women. It absolutely makes sense. Where it doesn't make sense is in our community. There wasn't no black patriarch. You understand what I'm saying? Those HBCUs, they were meant for black men that had that was left in the will or the direct heir to a lot of these, slave owners and white men and stuff like that had kids with sisters before they could navigate, what was going on. They met their untimely demise before they could navigate what was going on in their own life. They didn't have a baby with a white woman. They had one with a black one. Yeah. The quiet part is black. It's turned by racism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the two free people in America is the white man and black women. They're free to do whatever they want to. They can say whatever they want. But not even so. I mean, the white men have been going through it right now. It's plaguing their society by proxy. They don't even want to participate in stuff like that. That's really the problem. It ain't the black men not participating. It's the white men not participating. It's like, listen, we're in a crisis. Our numbers are dropping. All kinds of different things is going on. They don't need men that well-working men that got hands that can build buildings and shoot rifles. They don't need them at home playing video games. You know what I'm saying? They don't need them at home playing video games. They need to dupe them into marriages. They need to dupe them into being on top of somebody's building and building some shit. They need you on the roof in July trying to hammer in some nails and shit. They need you to pick up a rifle and go fight. They need men to be disposable. And when the manosphere teaches you guys that you have worth and self-worth, that's very dangerous, because now when they need you to be a tool, you can't be you're not being a tool. They need you to be disposable. And they need the glacier men to keep the race on, keep the race on top, despite what happens in the US or in the West. I've talked about it for years. Aaron Clary talked about it. Joker talked about it. Rollo Tomasi talked about it. This is a real thing. So once a man understands his worth, it's game over for a lot of stuff. It's game over for a lot of stuff. You did? And I'm not lying to y'all. I'm giving y'all some real game. Y'all go around in this space and you'll never hear what the fuck I'm talking about. I stand out. I'm original. I know what I'm talking about. These guys are afraid to talk to you about that. And it's the truth. You actually learn something listening to Player Talk Radio. So if you're new here, subscribe. And it's like 87% of people new here. You did? So this Turning Point USA thing, what she's talking about is she wants men. She's trying to reinvigorate, patriotism in the men, to get men to participate for their country and stuff like that. But men aren't even duped, even by the fake conservative women and stuff like that. This shit gets deep. What's going on, Lonnie? Good to see you, broski. So especially young white American men, they need to dupe you, into participating. And I'm not even going to hold you, because people don't know. It's the same thing with Donald Trump. Because even on the side of Donald Trump and a lot of the people that's trying to restore American patriotism, you got people and foreigners that's not even from America that practice more American patriotism than you know what I'm saying, than actual real Americans. They believe in the American dream more than Americans, because they get a slice of the American pie that Americans don't get, or Americans understand that it's not really giving them a deal. Your phone is there to sedate you for the most part. Down to start live real life, like really what's going on here. You know, it's fucked up out here. So they need men, they need young men encouraged to you know be disposable. They need you to be disposable. Everything works on male disposability. Everything works on male disposability. All right. Now, if you rocking with this game, please support the show. If you rocking with this game, support a real one. Don't support the lames, man. Please support this show. Because ain't nobody really around here telling y'all this. Let's get it.
Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs.
We usually did before tours. We set up.
And you know what's funny? This is why I tell you how free we are. Think about what I'm about to tell you. What Drewski's doing, a white man can't do that. A white man can't do this. The white man within the last 10 years have been contained. They've been contained. That's why you see a lot of white men that are comedians. Guess what? They're Democrats. Go look at Bill Burr and all these people. Who else? That dude. Who's the other guy? Other than my boy Bill. I got the I forgot his damn name. But all the go look at all the white comedians. They're, you know, they get cornholed into being Democrats. Now I gotta show you something too with Rollo Tomasi. Ben Shapiro thought he was coming for the red pill, and that shit backfired. And now you see women that used to work for Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, has flipped and came over to the red pill side. Why would Candace Owens be on Fresh and Fit? And a lot of people do reality of America, but America has been red pilling a lot of their boys. But let's go.
Prayer. And we ask the Lord to protect us. And we ask His will be done. That's what we did.
You can't even be a conservative Christian man in America without getting ridiculed.
I'm an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers.
So if young white American males don't have a sense of freedom in America, why participate? You know, I can get it if you can't be a nigga in America. That's one thing. But when you put your white boys and your white young American astute males in that same position that, damn, I can't be me in my own country, you got a problem. You got an internal problem. And then on top of that, see, we have a, like I said, we have a matriarch within the patriarch that we grow up in America as black people. So feminism, as fucked up as it is, it was the norm for black men to see that. With our aunts, with our sisters, with our grandparents, with a lot of stuff. Some of that stuff, it was the norm, especially for the new age, for people to see that. That's why they had to get rid of the mammy class. Because you're used to coon men. The original black American female coon, they don't look like Candace Owens. The original conservative mammy class, quote unquote, not necessarily trad con, but actual coon woman that knew what the hell she talked about. They're mammies. They're mammies. They're the madams. The black community is governed by one big madam. You dig? So the glacier men, the white men, when feminism really started taking over their households, they really saw the damages that it caused. They equally loved their mother and they equally loved their dad, and they saw how it was the worm in the apple that destroyed everything they love. So you have a lot of young white men that can't really voice their opinions. And they go through they went through somewhat of a similar effect that young black boys had to go through during slavery, which they look at an event that caused them to be psychologically frozen and numb. So you damn right they're not finna participate. Let's go.
Of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business.
Have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers.
So imagine loving your dad and you seeing your dad catch a taco shell to the neck. And then when you come of age, you seen what your mama really did with your dad's legacy. When you start to learn.
We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
But let's not act like this is one-sided. You got a whole other group saying, y'all soft, it's satire. He didn't even say her name. Some fans are like, bro, he's mocking a stereotype, not a specific person.
Okay, and why are black people fucking mad? Proving themselves to be idiots. Why are they fucking mad? Wasn't they mocking her husband? Wasn't they mocking her husband? Don't tell me this skit is worse than her husband catching a biscuit to the neck. I can see why Glacier people would be mad. But then again, Glacier people are mad at what she turned Turning Point USA into. Inviting Nicki Minaj over there, out of all people. Oh, no. They cared. They cared enough to lie about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk wasn't even anti-black. That's the funny part. Did he hang around people like that? Of course. It's politics. These niggas didn't know shit about no fucking Charlie Kirk. Never watched not one debate. And you know how much black people had to come out and be like, bro, y'all tripping. And he wasn't even on that. Then they try to say that he got shot while talking crazy about black people when he wasn't. That's the funny part. That's like, bro. That type of content isn't even the type of content normal black people watch. Black people aren't in the black community talking about forced doctrines. That's why when Cooley was arguing with Dumbtastic about force doctrine, I'm like, he don't even know what he's talking about. Fantastic doesn't watch Andrew Wilson and those type of debates. Black people don't watch that shit. We do. But the average black person don't know shit about no fucking force doctrine. That's why when I got into an argument with them dumbasses and them goofballs about hypergamy, I'm like, bro, this ain't even in y'all wheelhouse. Niggas are repeating what they're hearing. They don't even have a concept for hypergamy. This ain't your everyday black conversation. Goofy ass niggas, man. Go on the street right now and go try to talk to a black person about hypergamy and see if you don't have to educate them before you can say whatever you want to say. And they will argue about a word that they just learned 10 minutes ago. Just because they want to argue. And embarrass the fuck out of themselves. Just because they want to argue. And then what even makes it even more funnier, because these ain't, black people aren't privy to these damn conversations unless you know what you know. What makes it even more funnier, because niggas don't know what they talking about. They just want to argue. Let me tell y'all something nowadays. It used to be when somebody said, go look up the dictionary term, that they were trying to, correctly define something. Notice I didn't have to go look it up in the dictionary. Usually, if it was a real debate, or it would, people are trying to educate themselves, you don't have to look it up in the dictionary. Everybody, if you were used to talk, if you know what you're talking about, everybody would be on the same page when words are being looked up. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm giving y'all a big nugget of truth right now. Because if the term ain't necessarily on the screen, because niggas ain't professional, right? If the term ain't on the screen already, not necessarily it being defined, because if you talk about something in motion, niggas are still lost. I'm going to tell you the truth. In a debate nowadays, if a nigga says, look up the dictionary definition of it, they don't know what they're talking about. And it's disguised as them trying to be smart, because people will look at it logically and be like, yeah, let's look up the term and stuff like that. And it's like, no, you're disguising that you've been using the term for the longest time and you did not know what the hell you were talking about. And when somebody says that somebody's using a word wrongly and they got to go look it up, it's reverse psychology. It's the person that says, hey, look up the word, when they're saying you're using the word wrongly, they are learning the word when they're going to go look it up. But they're trying to disguise it and say that the person that was using the word didn't know what they were doing. And it's like, no, I know what I'm doing. You had to go look up the word. And you had to go look up the word. You know what I'm saying? With the because the audience also is ignorant also in a lot of cases. Handful of people in the audience know what's going on and can keep up with it. You know what I'm saying? So when I was saying on the show, when I was talking about false hypergamy, I used the word correctly, and I used the word right, and I used the word in its essence. I used the word proper context. They weren't familiar with that word. You understand what I'm saying? And I can even explain it right now. I've even talked to AI about it. I asked AI about the word and did I use it in its false in its proper context, and AI agreed. Yes, you used it in its proper context. and it was telling me that a lot of people they can't grasp what they're trying to talk about. So they would the AI was like, you absolutely use the word in its proper context. Don't believe me? Let me do that right now. I'll show y'all. Y'all don't have to take my word for it. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so let me ask you a question. I use the term false hypergamy, defining a situation where a woman was overweight or she had some type of deficiency or whatever, and she had a man that stayed with her for more than 5 years or whatever, and when she got the surgery or she ends up losing the weight or something and has a brand new look, if she goes off and go look for a new man, basically leaving love to go look for love, isn't she practicing a false sense of hypergamy if she left a hypergamous situation to try to create another one which isn't gonna last with her new look?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. The term hypergamy itself tends to refer to this idea of seeking a prior status, whether that's financial, social, or otherwise. So what you're describing could fit under a hypergamy. But I think it's worth being careful with the label because it risks reducing a person's full growth choices to just one dynamic. People do change after major transformations, and it's possible, even common, that someone reassessing themselves is just seeking alignment with what they now feel they deserve. So I'd say it's a nuanced dynamic. It's not necessarily false hypergamy, but maybe a shift in self-valuation and relationship goals.
Now, I used false hypergamy because you agreed with me last time, but I used false hypergamy in the sense of if she leaves her man, stayed with her, she didn't have it to go after another man that wouldn't accept her prior, like it's basically leaving a 5-year, plus relationship for a weekend or a jump off. That would be practicing false hypergamy in proper context, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. And yeah, in that specific context, I think it does fit. If she stayed in a long-term relationship despite challenges, and then once she changes her look or status, she leaves to pursue a partner who previously wouldn't have been interested, that's exactly the kind of scenario some people refer to as false hypergamy. It's really a case of acting on a perceived value shift. So yeah, in that narrow sense, the label can apply. Just be mindful though, because these dynamics can get pretty personal and context really matters when you're talking about it.
Well, most people don't even understand the word hypergamy or the nuances of it, but they like to use it. Is this correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. A lot of people throw the term hypergamy around without really digging into what it means, especially the psychological or social layers behind it. So when it's misused, it can just become a buzzword that people apply broadly, often simplifying complex personal or societal dynamics. So I think your instinct is right. It's good to be precise and acknowledge that hypergamy is nuance and not just a simple formula.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. No, let me actually run this concept by so y'all won't say I'm making up something. Let's actually do this. Since you're the new search engine, aside from people saying Google it, isn't it funny now in debates that people aren't on the same page in a conversation, and you have a lot of people that are using words that they don't understand now talking about look it up in the dictionary or Google it, basically exposing to a certain degree, it's like reverse psychology, exposing that they didn't know the word, but they're trying to use the dictionary definition of it, except and honestly excluding how some of these words in reality or in motion doesn't necessarily fit the proper term that's in the dictionary.
Yeah, that's a really sharp observation. I think a lot of debates now just skip straight to a dictionary definition without really unpacking how a word is being used in context or culturally. So people can pull up a formal definition, but it might be missing that nuance, especially in things like social dynamics or psychology where words evolve. So yeah, it's almost like a double-edged sword. People have access to info, but it doesn't always mean they're using the term correctly or fully grasping it.
And a lot of times in debates, when you're arguing the dictionary term, a lot of times you can be dead wrong because that's not what is being described or what actually happens in real life scenarios. And a lot of times the dictionary term is just a basic understanding of it, not the actual nuance of it when it's actually applied in real life. Am I correct?
Yeah, exactly. You're spot on. The dictionary gives you that broad, static definition, but language is fluid, especially in how people apply it to behaviors, power dynamics, or cultural shifts. So debates can get really stuck when people cling to textbook definitions instead of recognizing lived experience or context. So yeah, you can be factually right, but still miss the mark on how that word plays out in real life.
And that's what I'm saying. So somebody can literally try to argue the dictionary term of something and still be dead wrong because they're going by a general rule of it, but not an advanced rule or it playing out in real life and being applicable to the certain situation that's being debated, right?
Exactly, yeah. And that's where a lot of nuance gets lost. People end up debating from a textbook perspective rather than actually looking at how human behavior, emotions, and motivations interact in that context. So, yeah, you can have perfect dictionary knowledge, but still miss the mark on the real world dynamics, which is why grounding debates in context is so crucial.
Fucking A. Black people for you. What's going on, Beef and Brock? Yes, it's Chat GPT. Absolutely, that's Chat GPT. That's Chat GPT. That's what I told y'all. I'm like, man, I said I used the word in this proper context. It just went over niggas' heads because niggas don't know what they talking about. Niggas don't know what they talking about. So you had a lot of niggas that was all Kuda. What do you mean, hypergamy? What do you mean? You used the word wrong. You used the word wrong, Kuda. You don't know what you're talking about. I had to yell at Fatty and Fantastic, letting y'all listen. What are y'all talking about? Y'all been using our talking points for years and have no earthly idea what y'all talking about. And I'm trying to tell you, bitches are going to date who the fuck they want to date. Not who y'all think they should date logically. And them niggas try to say all of that shit to me. Now watch this. Let me show y'all some magic. Let me show y'all how goofy the niggas y'all like to watch. Who y'all think y'all giving them bigger voice and dominion. Let me show y'all what they do. How these goofy niggas just get on here all day and just talk and don't know what they talking about. Don't know what they saying. And just feeding y'all slop all fucking day and don't hear their own damn selves. Let me show y'all something. Y'all hit the Cash App and support the show. Let me show y'all something. Because you can't make this shit up. If you go to my page and you go to my posts, right? Look at this. Go to my post. Here you go some of my old music stuff, right? And video games and stuff. Some of my mixes. Right here, you have a whole video of Fatty and Fantastic talking about some she fucked who she wanted and married who she needed. So you mean to tell me y'all sit up here and complain about bitches all day when I'm telling you they're not practicing hypergamy, and I know what I'm talking about. I got videos and I got whole terms that I done made up of what women have done or doing, which is built in irony and a joke called hypergamy. It's not hypergamy, it's called hopergamy. As somebody that actually reintroduced that word into this space, into this ecosystem, I think I know what I'm talking about. Fantastic. He came into the space late, and he wasn't even formally educated on the red pill. He'd been around it, but he don't know what he's talking about. No more than the newer cats in the space. Hell, he didn't even know what he was talking about when he said there weren't black conquistadors. This nigga thinks he thinks that all of the people in Spain were white. He doesn't even have a concept of the Moors being in Spain. Then he was wrong again when I said that black people were the first cowboys. And he was talking about some rodeos. Black people don't exist. Black people didn't go to rodeos. This shit. He don't know about the cowhand and all that other stuff. And these people will be the first people to be like, look, I'm from the South. You know, a statement like, look, I'm from the South is deeming yourself an authority figure over the knowledge that you're about to spew. And look, wronger than two left shoes. Wronger than two left shoes. So I posted this 3 days ago. I said, I wasn't wrong. I just wasn't given the space to finish. And plus, they didn't want no damn facts. So let me give y'all the facts. For anyone that says there were no black conquistadors because conquistadors were Spanish, here's some actual historical facts. You can go look at Juan Garrido, born in the Kingdom of Congo, right? And he also went to Spain and spent many years in Spain and went on expeditions. Him and another guy named Estebanico the Moor, or Esteban, basically short for Stephen. But Juan Garrido fought alongside Hernan Cortez, and in the conquest, he went to Mexico in the 1500s and participated in expeditions in Puerto Rico, in Cuba, and even Florida. I literally mentioned Florida. There was another conquistador. There was already black conquistadors in Florida. And then he later on received and landed in Mexico for his services. That's literally a black conquistador documented, not my opinion. And there's others like that, like Juan Valente, African-born soldier, and he had an expedition in Chile. You know, that's old. That's an old story. And he said no conquistadors. There were only white Spaniards, and like I said, a lot of black people, when they saw like Esteban or Juan Garrido, they assumed that these well-dressed Negroes were slaves when they weren't. They were tour guides. Now, about cowboys, historians estimate that 1 in 4 cowboys, because he was still wrong, because 25% is not a micro niche. 5% would be considered a micro niche. And black men were cowboys, the original cowboys, by the term and definition, because the term came from cowhand. Now, sitting here giving y'all the game on the black community, white men were called men. They weren't called boys. To be called a boy was to say that you had arrested development and you were a kid and you were an adolescent and you needed counsel from adults. So white men weren't fond of being called a boy. This is why they call black men boys, because we were supposed to be 9/10 human and 2/3 of a man. So y'all keep listening to these niggas around here that don't do their damn history. That's not well-rounded. And then they gotta backtrack on their words. Give me 1 second. Before y'all say I'm lying and putting words in that man's mouth. See how ignorant the people that y'all listen to are. See, if I don't know about shit, I don't talk about it. He went up there trying to, and this is even in the clip I was right. Because they clipped me out to make it seem like I was wrong, and I added a little bit more context.
How y'all capping?
He came up there to try to argue with me and end up looking stupid, and they cooking him in the audience. They're cooking him in the comments too. So this is fantastic in his words, saying all the things that I said, and they try to say I didn't bring up Cowboys and stuff like that, and they got me right here in the beginning bringing this shit up. So he came up there to argue with me. He came argue with me about Cowboys and conquistadors and this whole rodeo topic that we were talking about. That with Houston. But let's go.
I'm from the South, okay?
All right. So what he says is going to be factual. We should listen to him. Georgia.
All right. Those niggas gonna roll.
Niggas invented rodeo.
You know, that's like 99% white and like that's
99% white. Mr. Number Cruncher. Oh God. 99% white, y'all.
It's Texas exclusive.
And it's exclusive to Texas. Like there weren't no rodeos in Oklahoma. Good old military learning.
It's a Texas area thing. Black people not win no rodeos, and the only reason it got popular is because I guess they started doing like a tour over at Summit, right? So no, bro, that does not rock outside of Texas. I grew up in Georgia. I live in Florida now. That rodeo is a Texas exclusive. Niggas do not fuck with no rodeos. What are we talking about?
Fantastic, confirm this, because this is what I recall now. Wasn't when Beyonce did the country album that all these women started to go to this and dress as cowboys and wasn't like 2 years ago or 1 year ago?
When I was so fatty. First time I
went. Hold on, did he re-edit this? Hold on. Because there's a beginning to this where I'm sitting up here giving y'all the game and telling y'all where this shit came from. Hold up.
Wait, y'all really think black people weren't cowboys?
So some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people. Some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that was some of the first black people, because they're gonna gaslight you and say I didn't say this.
Wait, y'all really think black people weren't cowboys?
So some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys, even in America.
My question is, have black people just recently got involved with rodeo?
And they had to look it up.
Or have black.
So I want y'all to understand this, right? When y'all are looking at some of these debates, quote unquote, and people in this space, I want y'all to understand when they got to look it up in the dictionary, a lot of that is full of cap also, because they didn't know what they were talking about. All right, let's go.
People always been involved with rodeo.
This went left on the Untouchable Super Panel.
Why y'all capping? I'm from the South, okay? All right, rodeos, niggas don't for no rodeos. You know, that's like 99% white and like that's Texas exclusive.
Now it's history versus reality, and nobody's backing down.
Black men were the first amongst the first prominent cowboys in the U.S., making up an estimated 20 to 25% of cowboys in the late 19th century.
Cowboys and matadors are not the same.
See, now they had to move the goalposts. And you can see it on the original thing where it's not edited to make me look bad. Look.
We have somebody from Portugal and somebody from Spain on the panel right now.
That don't mean shit. Imagine saying, yo, I'm from the South. I know what I'm talking about, and you don't. Imagine being from Portugal and Spain, which don't mean shit. It's supposed to be authoritative because it's like, oh, well, he's over there, so he should know. You're gonna go off of he should know versus actual history. So imagine from being Portugal and Spain and you didn't know. Now look at this.
This is basic history.
You said conquistadors.
And he said this is basic history when I gave them basic history. Now look.
Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah!
I said both.
That's not from Spain. That's from the United States. Yeah!
And I said cowboys are some of the first black people. Some of the first cowboys were black men. White men weren't called boy. Now this is the ignorant that's running around the space. Take a listen, real quick, before we get back into the topic. The first like conquistadors, they were black people, and it was in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And definitely Texas. Juan Garrido was in Florida, all right. And there was some other black conquistadors in Florida doing bullfighting and stuff. But let's go. It adapted. So some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys. And then I brought up cowboys. I'm trying to tell y'all some of the first conquistadors because they were talking about rodeos and bullfighting and rodeo culture. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of it did come from Spain. But guess who was in Spain with Spaniards? Black people. It wasn't just white people. So you don't think lassoing bulls and all of that stuff, you don't think that's rodeo culture? All of that stuff, you will find that type of stuff in a rodeo? So I was talking about how some of the first conquistadors were black, and I highlighted how some of the first cowboys were also black. Now go look at the authority of the South. Listen to what he has to say. We made the word boy popular again, because white men didn't like to be called boy. So I gave a little bit of context because I know I'm not talking to smart people for the most part, aside from the ladies and some of the brothers on the panel. But listen, a little bit of history. So that's a little bit of history, and I bowed out because they wouldn't let me explain anything else. So I just got what I could and bowed out. Now watch. Look at Fantastic looking confused because he don't know what he talking about. But he's the authoritative, right? Look.
Oh, is somebody else's turn? Shout out everybody.
I gave you an answer, so it's not out of the ballpark. I gave you an answer.
Everybody was done talking. I was gonna make sure, man. Shout out everybody. So yeah, the first conquistadors were not black.
Nigga. I couldn't believe he was saying this, and I'm like, oh man, this nigga here. The first conquistadors were not black.
Conquistador means you were from Spain.
Conquistador means that you were from Spain. Bruh. Look at my face. Look at my face. So I'm not saying nothing because I'm like, you know what? They on this man's nuts so much. No matter what he says, I'm gonna be wrong. Because that's how they framed everything from this point. Look at my face.
Yeah, they were Spaniards.
The Spaniards.
Yeah, they were Spaniards.
That are not black at all.
Jesus Christ, y'all don't do y'all. You know what?
I
said, Jesus Christ, y'all don't do y'all history. You know what? Never mind. And I went on mute. And let the ignorance talk. Look,
a factual historical fact about conquistadors having nothing to do with blackness.
So conquistadors have nothing to do with blackness, y'all. All right, hold on real quick. Let me pull this down real quick. You heard what he said, right? Conquistadors have nothing to do with blackness. Okay? Conquistadors has nothing to do with blackness. Now, on my wall, Because I'm not arguing with these goofy ass niggas. On my wall, let's listen to this 1 minute and 26-second YouTube short about Juan Garrido. Let's take a listen.
Juan Garrido was a black Spanish conquistador and one of the
Let's see if it had anything to do with blackness.
earliest known African explorers of America.
Hold on real quick.
Juan Garrido was a black Spanish conquistador and one of the earliest known African explorers of America. He was born in the Kingdom of Congo in West Central Africa. He went to Portugal as a young man and became a Catholic.
There goes Portugal.
He chose the Spanish name Juan Garrido, Handsome John. He is the first known free African to arrive in North America. He arrived in Santo Domingo, now the Dominican Republic, as a free man in 1502. He came with the expedition of Nicolas de Ovando. He participated in the Spanish conquests of Cuba by Diego Velázquez and the expeditions to Florida by Juan Ponce de León. By 1519, he had joined Cortez's forces and invaded present-day Mexico, participating in the siege of Tenochtitlan. He married and settled in Mexico City, where he was the first known farmer to have sowed wheat in America. Despite his status as a black man in a colonial Spanish world, Garrido gained a degree of social mobility, property, and recognition for his service. His life shows that the history of race in early America was more complex than how many people see it today, as a rigid framework of Europeans as conquerors, indigenous people as victims, and Africans as enslaved laborers. Garrido's story is a testament to the power of determination. Through all his adventures, he showed resilience and courage and proved that no matter your background, you could shape your future.
Wow. Black conquistadors, Africans in conquest.
When looking at some paintings of Spanish conquistadors in the New World, I would occasionally encounter the portrayal of Africans accompanying the Spaniards.
Wow.
Now, admittedly, this was a tad bit confusing for me, and I just assumed that the African presence alongside the Spanish during this time must have been rare and very few in number. But after doing a little digging, to my surprise, I found that African men had various functions in the New World, the most striking being the fact that throughout the 16th century, thousands of black men aided the Spanish in their conquest of the Americas as soldiers, auxiliaries, and even commanders.
So again, can somebody tell me, DJ Kuda, that there were no black conquistadors? Black people had nothing to do with conquistadors, huh? That's what Fantastic said. Came up there loud and wrong, confidently wrong. Let's take a listen.
Make sure, man. Sorry, everybody. So yeah, the first conquistadors were not black. Conquistador means you were from Spain.
Yeah, they were Spaniards.
The Spaniards that are not black at all.
Jesus Christ, y'all don't do y'all. You know what?
I gave a factual historical fact about conquistadors having nothing to do with blackness. Okay, that's definitely Spaniards.
I gave a factual historical fact that conquistadors had nothing to do with blackness. That they were Spaniards. He said this is a factual historical fact.
You know, the same Spaniards that conquered in South America and Central America, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, man. The rodeo. Why y'all capping? I'm from the South. Okay, all right. Rodeos, niggas don't with no rodeos. You know, that's like 99% white, and like that is Texas exclusive. That is a Texas area thing. Black people not with no rodeos, and the only reason it got popular is because.
And I'm sitting here. Hold on, y'all. All right, hold on. We should be back. Hold on. I'm sitting here listening to people soak this up. I'm like, y'all literally sitting here I just gave y'all the actual historical fact about cowboys and conquistadors. And this nigga trying to be right. Y'all literally sitting here listening to this fuck shit. And this man deeming himself the giver of information, giving you a historical fact. I give y'all a real historical fact. And he adds context to his ignorance and stupidity. Look.
Conquistador mean you were from Spain.
He doesn't know the Moors were in Spain.
The Spaniards that are not black at all.
Jesus Christ, y'all don't do y'all. You know what?
I gave a factual historical fact about conquistadors having nothing to do with blackness. Okay, that's definitely Spaniards.
Have nothing to do
with
blackness.
The same Spaniards that conquered in South America and Central America. But it is what it is. Yeah, man. The rodeo. Why y'all capping? I'm from the South. Okay, all right. Rodeos, niggas don't with no rodeos. We know that's like 99% white and like that's Texas exclusive. That is a Texas area thing. Black people not with no rodeos, and the only reason it got popular is because I guess they started doing like a tour over at Summit, right? So no, bro, that shit does not rock outside of Texas. I grew up in Georgia. I live in Florida now. That rodeo shit is a Texas exclusive. Niggas do not fuck with no rodeos. What are we talking about?
Fantastic, confirm this. Because this is what I recall now. Wasn't when Beyonce did the country album that all these women started to go to the and dress as cowboys and wasn't like 2 years ago or 1 year ago?
So Fatty, first time I went there for my birthday, I think that was like first time I went to Houston, whatever that was.
Can't debate
it coincided with it. So once Beyonce really got blew up and she brought the she came back home with the ultimate Beyonce tour, the whole cowboy went off. So even though it was a Texas thing, like I said, it was Texas. Nobody outside of Texas even knew about this. Like I said, once social media made it hot, you know what I'm saying? Nobody with that shit, bro. Black niggas have not been with no rodeos. Stop it. And everybody in the chat,
he gotta play with his nose because a lot of niggas when they play with their nose, they lying. That's another thing. They don't know what they're talking about. So this man went up there to prove that I'm wrong. And I'm like, man, y'all niggas are on nuts. So y'all gonna take his side anyway. Because it's easy to be ignorant. You know, it's easy to be ignorant. Just like he didn't know nothing about microphones. And look, he had to switch out his mics. He's telling you, oh man, I'm from the South. I know what I'm talking about. Hold on, y'all. Okay, we back. And my roots go way more south than his. I'm half Jamaican. You don't think I know about this shit? Niggas don't know black people were here. They don't know about the Moors or the Tainos. These niggas can't even talk to y'all about these subjects. And I go into these subjects playing. How much times y'all been over here on Player Talk Radio and you've heard me go in on these subjects and these topics? Niggas talk about some black people don't fuck with rodeos. We invented them. Niggas talking about fucking black men don't got nothing to do with being conquistadors because Spaniards were white. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? What's going on? What's going on, party?
What's the matter, Daddy? What's the matter, Daddy?
Yeah, I don't debate idiots. I can't debate idiots. It's like, bruh, these niggas are dumb. Y'all can listen to this shit if y'all want to. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I couldn't even say nothing. I couldn't even interject. I'm like, okay, so they deem me as the dummy here. So me arguing with this nigga is not gonna turn out well. Because no matter how right I am, I'm wrong. Because they said I was interrupting the panel the whole time, which I wasn't. Yeah, I talked about that, D. I talked about that in details, how they thought that all Moors were Muslim and they wasn't, and the garb and everything. I talked about Mr. Popo as an example. I talked about all of that stuff. All of this stuff I've talked about so many times till I'm blue in the face. Yeah, Fantastic never know what he's talking about, but he wants to be the loudest. He wants attention so bad. It's like, damn, dog, you got it. God damn. Here. You know? I don't give a damn where you were born and where you came from. That doesn't mean you did your history. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. And that's surface level shit. Somebody be like, oh, well, I'm the expert on this because I'm from the South. It's like, bruh, other people are from the South also. Georgia ain't just the South, bro. You know, there's so many other Southern places that you have no idea about for him to be saying all of this, you know? But shout outs to everybody here. Raven said, I was born there. I lived there. I grew up there. You think I don't know about my fucking city, Houston? You think I don't know about what a real cowboy is? That's what I'm saying. Raven said, yes, the rodeos highly been mixed for years. Damn straight. Yeah, Mexicans are the new cowboys, right? Shout outs to Spawn. You need to be more of a sponge with these conversations. Absolutely. You know, I've been teaching niggas how to be sponges for years and soak up this game instead of talking. But he's the authority figure, so he wants to talk. So let's hear some more. Let's hear some more ignorance.
We can do a poll, Fatty. Just put a poll in the chat.
False expertise.
Outside of Texas, black people are not fucking with rodeos. Like you can't even go and get a rodeo. California ain't have no damn rodeos. And
now that's a fucking lie, because California absolutely had rodeos. California absolutely has rodeos. Yeah, in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Dallas-Fort Worth area, absolutely. This man don't even know all of those. Look at the places in California, Los Angeles, Latin. Those are Spanish. Jesus Christ, I'm man. It blew my mind. Look at my face. I'm like, bro, you would really come up here and say that ignorant shit and don't know what you're talking about? All of those Spanish and Latin names for the cities and stuff in California, they didn't have rodeos? That's why I just let him up there sounding stupid. I'm like, so there's nobody here that's gonna correct this man. And then Ilkan, he was arguing about cowboys and stuff like that, and he had to go look it up. Like I said, these people don't know what they're talking about, respectfully. And I wouldn't have taken up this position if they weren't calling me stupid or try to make me seem like I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm dumb. And I'm like, in reality, it is y'all. It is y'all.
It is. That's all Hispanics.
He said they're all Hispanics. You can't make this up. I didn't tell this dumbass to say that shit.
Rodeo. California ain't have no damn rodeos. And if it is, that's all Hispanics. You know what I'm saying? It's all a rodeo in itself is just a event or a thing that's going to be extremely niche. It's like saying niggas play hockey. Come on, get the fuck out of here, man. What are we doing?
I think that's what
look at my face. Look at my face throughout this whole thing. I just went on mute. I'm like, bro, you can't fix stupid. You mean to tell me nobody on here did their history? You can't fix stupid, y'all.
I was saying, like, it's
look at my face. I'm giving you the white man face. Yep, buddy, this is cooked.
So you're also agreeing that it's a more Texas thing, like that's only what Texas.
Look at my face, y'all.
Is like people in Texas, that's what they do. They go to the rodeo.
I got the 1,000-mile stare. Look at my face.
And because social media blew it up, and people are coming from other states to go to the rodeo, is essentially what y'all saying, right?
Yes, ma'am. Black people,
Okay.
and and I hear your accent, love, and I think you from New York. You ever seen New York?
Now he gonna act like he a global nigga. This is funny. Look at my face. Look at my face, y'all.
New Yorkers talking about a rodeo at all?
Yeah, no.
You ever seen a pair of cowboy boots in
New York got rodeo culture too.
in Brooklyn or Queens?
Upstate.
No, I think cowboy boots are bad fashion.
Thank you. And most black people agree. And I'm from Georgia, Aaliyah. So again, I don't know why anybody would make
So I don't
argument.
know. I don't know too much about this, but I'm chat GPT in it, and it's saying that 1 in 4 black men were cowboys in the 1800s, and then black people have been rodeoing since the beginning of it being established. So I don't know.
All right, now look, Mr. Number Cruncher. Now look,
Chat GPT lying.
No,
or we just don't know the history of it and black people's affiliation with rodeo.
Midwest thing for sure. It's Texas, like Montana.
Right.
Southern thing.
But no. My question is: have black people?
Look at me. I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, bro, I can't believe this.
Just recently got involved with rodeo, or have black people always been involved with rodeo? And ChatGPT is saying since the 800s, 1 in 4 black people were cowboys. Black men were cowboys, and
That's
black
still a
people have
minority.
always but it says black
That's
people
not a
have always
minority.
been involved in rodeo. I just not familiar with it.
This is what you're saying though, Ali. Even if that's the case, it's only 25%. And that's what we're trying to tell you. And then that would be because of the times and because of the things that had to be done. It was a lot of wrangling done. It was open land. So you had to be quote unquote a rodeo and cowboys and so on and so forth, because it was testing your skills and teaching the people how to be able to wrangle cattle.
Look at me shaking my
right?
head.
How to be able to break a horse in. That's literally what it is. So rodeo is pretty much the process of horse handling, horse
He
riding.
didn't say anything factual. He was reading off a Chat GPT. And look at Fantastic. Now he got to backtrack because he don't know what the hell he talking about.
Wrangling cattle, all those different things you have to do back then. Like I said, the 1800s where you had to go and find horses, wild horses.
And it wasn't from the 1800s, from the 1500s.
Were a thing when buffalo, home on the range where the deer and the antelope play. Like, you feel me? So that's what it is.
Yes,
we're saying modernly. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
No. I'm just saying, even in segregation, they were saying that black people were having their own separate traditions and events and competitions outside of white people too. So if you're saying modern, what do you are you saying that they didn't keep up the tradition, or are you just saying they just starting it? Like I'm learning about it as well as myself too. But they're saying during segregation, black people had their separate events.
No, and what I'm saying is it was something that became niche because most people didn't have farmland and most people weren't dealing with riding horses or what's the names anymore. So as
look at me, I'm just because I can't say anything. If I couldn't say anything, that is gonna be a hoopla, and then everybody's gonna forget. So I just let them talk themselves into their own ignorance.
Society modernized, right? And more people went to cars and whatever. It's just like farming, Ali. Hell, I mean, back in the days of farming, that was 90% of people because the world wasn't industrialized. So what happened over time is it became a Texas thing because Texas has the most farmland, the most open land. They deal with, that Texas is the beef capital, right? I forget what the other one is. It's another state. I don't know what it is, but Texas is one of those places that those traditions reside in because it's Texas. Mm-hmm. And like I said, dude, that's not something, and everybody in the South knows this.
So
everybody in the South knows this.
I'm looking. They got a Bill Pickett Invitational Rodeo. They got the professional black.
You don't even know who Bill Pickett is. One of the first black cowboys.
Cowboy events, rodeo. They got the regional black rodeo weekends. They say these events go back as far as 100 years. Fantastic, and these are still current.
I'm not arguing that, Ali, but what?
Yes, you was. What the fuck?
What kills the argument is one in four. 1 in 4 means that's 25%. That means 75% of black men had nothing to do with it.
No. But we're saying black people have been involved. Not most black people, but we're trying to ask.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying there were never not one black cowboy or black people participating.
He just said that there's no such thing as black conquistadors and black people. We weren't in the rodeos and we weren't cowboys like that. That's what he was saying. And now that the numbers are coming out now, because he's a number cruncher, his word was over mine. Now look.
In the rodeo, what you're telling with the research you're giving is that 25% means it was even niche back then when it was more prevalent.
That's not niche.
That's literally, you can't argue the math.
25%, you can't argue the math. 25% is a significant number. 5% would be niche. 25% is a formidable, significant number.
25% out of 100 is what?
We're not arguing the prevalence, Mr. Fantastic. We're arguing that black people
said they didn't exist.
We're just getting into this. That's what we argue. We're not speaking the prevalence and majority of
minority.
We're speaking that black people always been.
Didn't he say in the beginning there is 99% white? It's 99% white, just like it's not about the mind.
Part of rodeo, and they have been. That's what the argument is.
Yeah, but Ali, black people are always
is trying to say is that it's just now getting more popular amongst the modern day, because of Beyonce.
Y'all really trying to say Beyonce is the reason why black people are getting involved with the rodeo? Get the fuck out of here. You've never seen Beyonce on a fucking bull or a horse in your fucking life. This is a fucking, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. This is a fucking disgrace. This is a disgrace to Southern folk, man.
Day and that Cowboy Carter tour, like she made it more mainstream. Wilding out during spring break at the rodeo, that's a new thing for.
Yes. No. So there has to be two arguments, right? Smell the roses. There's people who's new to this. They weren't true to this. There were black people who always been involved with the rodeo and tradition. And then there's black people just want to go out there just show their behinds. Can we make that argument? There's black people who just riding the wave, just using rodeo to show their behinds. And there's black people who always been following the tradition and events. That's passed for 100 years.
But my argument still stands, Ali, to where it's niche and it's a minority of black people. And what the lady said earlier. So
right
say
here.
again.
Y'all didn't believe me when I said it. Like I said, I was right.
No.
Yes, see, now when I'm saying that I'm right and I was, now they just about to negate it. Because no matter what I do, y'all, I'm wrong. In their eyes. So now when I'm technically right and everything I said just got disproven right here, look how they come to his rescue.
Man, we're amongst the first prominent cowboys in the U.S., making up an estimated 20 to 25% of cowboys in the late 19th century.
Cowboys and matadors are not the same.
Yeah.
Cowboys and conquistadors comes from.
Now they're cutting me off and running interference. Look.
Frank. 1 second, friends.
Thank you for catching that, Fatty.
We have moving the goalposts. Now they're moving the goalposts.
Friends.
It's cool. I'll go on mute.
We have somebody from Portugal and somebody from Spain on the panel right now. This is basic history, respectfully.
I was talking about in America, though. That's why I said Florida.
You said conquistadors.
And conquistadors were in America. Fucking idiots, bro. Conquistadors were in America. And I mentioned Florida. And this nigga, he moved from Macon to Jacksonville. So he's in Florida. But listen, man, you can't fix stupid, bro. You can tell who did their history and who didn't. Look.
Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah, that's not from Spain. That's from the United States. Yeah. Did you ever saw any Spaniards? Yeah. Ever?
And Ali, I never denied.
Crazy.
I said we were talking about bullfighting. Now look how they try to move because they moved the goalposts. Now look, we're talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved over to cowboys. We were talking about bullfighting at first, and then it moved over to cowboys. Conquistador, cowboy. Matador. Let's go.
Hold on.
Once again, the word.
Please don't say that. Please don't. Hey,
you know what?
Wasn't they talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved to cowboys?
No, it was never about bullfighting. Rodeos don't have bullfighting.
Rodeos do have bullfighting. Fucking idiot. They also have bullfighting. Let's go.
Hey, Aaliyah, was he talking about a conquistador or was he talking about a cowboy initially, as you've been watching, Aaliyah?
When he first started speaking, he said conquistador.
Thank you. And a conquistador is not the same thing as a
I
cowboy.
you see me grab my head?
Just be like, yo, my bad, bro. My bad. Okay, I know a cowboy. You still are trying to make your point. You didn't talk about a cowboy. I brought up cowboy.
Fatty only brought up
They were gaslighting me and said I never brought up cowboys, right? And he said I said I introduced cowboys to the situation. And he said, are you, because they weren't listening at all. He said, you never brought up cowboys. Right? He said he brought up cowboys, which he didn't. So we're gonna rewind this, right? We're gonna go back a couple of seconds. Listen.
I brought up cowboy.
He brought up cowboys, right? Right? He said he brought it up, right?
Boy, I brought up cowboy.
Fatty only brought up bullfighting to
back,
bridge the gap.
Yeah, bridge the gap. So they ran it back when I was talking about conquistadors, and he left out the part for cowboys, and I told him to run it back. I said no, go further back because he ran it back to try to prove his point right? But look,
his lack of understanding for rodeos. And just real quick, Ali, for the record, I never denied the cowboy involvement, but what both of you guys are saying, right? And again, I'm trying to do this as respectfully as possible. 25% is a minority. 25% is a minority. That means 75% were not black people. So,
and bullfighting is in modern American rodeos. Bullfighting was introduced in American rodeos through conquistadors. So Ali said he brought up cowboys, right? Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go right back to the beginning, right? Pay attention to the beginning.
Wait, y'all really think black people weren't cowboys?
Let's see. He said he brought up cowboys, not me. And I said, no, I brought up cowboys. And I also said that the reason why white people didn't want to get called cowboys, we made the term cowboys popular because white people weren't referring to themselves as boys at that time. Black men were. And we popularized the term. But listen, he said he brought it up. I didn't. Listen.
Some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys.
My question is, have black people just recently got involved with rodeo, or have black people always been involved with rodeo?
This went left on the Untouchable Super Panel.
Why y'all capping? I'm from the South, okay? All right. Rodeos, niggas don't no rodeos. You know, that's like 99% white, and like that's Texas exclusive.
Now it's history versus reality.
So who brought up cowboys?
And nobody's backing down.
Who brought up cowboys and gave y'all an example and a fun fact?
Black men were the first amongst the first prominent cowboys in the U.S., making up an estimated 20 to 25% of cowboys in the late 19th century.
Cowboys and matadors are not the same.
Goalpost moving.
We have somebody from Portugal and somebody from Spain on the panel right now. This is basic history.
You said conquistadors.
Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors.
And I said cowboys, but they weren't listening. So look,
are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah. They're not from Spain. They're from the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, white men refer to themselves as cattlemen and cowhands. Black people black cowboys, the originators, they refer to themselves as cowboys. So I was outnumbered by the stupidity. So I wasn't going to win with facts.
The first like conquistadors, they were black people, and it was in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And definitely Texas did adapt it. So some of the,
because we're talking about in history. So the first conquistadors, American soil, were black. I didn't say they didn't come from Spain. I didn't say they weren't white. I said the first conquistadors, they were black. And we're talking about rodeo culture in America. They can't even keep up with the conversation. I knew I wasn't talking to the bright people, so that's why I just went on mute.
first conquistadors and matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys.
And then I said black people are the first cowboys. Cowboys is an American thing. So I brought up conquistador culture in America, and I said they were in Florida, and I brought up cowboys.
We made the word boy popular again because white men didn't like to be called boy. A little bit of history. Go.
Little bit of history. So Ilkan is saying that I never said that. He said he brought up boys. This is what happens when you don't listen to your guests or when you don't do research. All right.
Boy, initially, as you've been watching, Aaliyah.
When he first started speaking, he said conquistador.
No, black men was first amongst the first prominent cowboys in the U.S., making up an estimated 20 to 25% of cowboys in the late 19th century.
Cowboys and matadors are not the same.
Yeah,
conquistadors. Cowboys and conquistadors comes from Spain. Frank, 1 second, friends.
Thank you for catching that, Fatty.
We have moving the goalposts.
No, friends. Hey, friends.
It's cool. I'll go on mute.
Friends, we have somebody from Portugal and somebody from Spain on the panel right now. This is basic history, respectfully.
I was talking about in America, though. That's why I said Florida.
You said conquistadors.
Conquistadors.
Conquistadors and cowboys were both on American soil. Like, oh boy. The real talent in this space gets squandered, I tell you, bro. I literally laid it out and they said I didn't say it. So I rewind it back. So put a 1 in the chat if you heard me say it. You put a 1 in the chat if I prove my point. If you heard me say it. I ran it back. I gave y'all, listen, even when the person edited this video, they started off with me saying it. And later on in the conversation, you didn't say that. And they only said I said conquistadors. And if that's the case, if they wanted to single out conquistadors, if you weren't ignorant, you would know that the first conquistadors, especially to touch American soil, which later on turned into cowboy culture, were black. Jesus, Jamal Christ.
Not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah, they're not from Spain. They're from the United States. Yeah. Did you ever saw any Spaniards? Yeah.
Oh,
ever?
And Ali, I never denied.
And they cut me off. So look, you were talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved over to cowboys.
Hold on.
Once again, the word.
Please don't say that. Please don't. Hey,
you know what?
Wasn't they talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved to cowboys?
It was never about bullfighting. Rodeos don't have bullfighting.
This man said rodeos don't have bullfighting. Okay, you know what? Because y'all don't want to believe me. Let's ask Chat GPT. Let's see what Chat GPT has to say. Let's ask Chat GPT. Did rodeos involve bullfighting?
Yeah, they did. Historically, rodeos evolved from cattle ranching and practices like bronc riding and bull riding. Early rodeos definitely included events like bull riding, and over time, it became a big part of the sport. Though modern rodeos focus on safety and animal care more than just danger.
Now, predate the American cowboys. If Juan Garrido even reached American soil, Hispaniola, y'all won't consider it America, but if Juan Garrido was on an expedition in Florida, wouldn't he be one of the first black conquistadors in America?
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Juan Garrido is often considered one of the earliest black conquistadors. He was part of early expeditions in the Caribbean and did reach parts of what's now the U.S., including Florida. So in that sense, he could be seen as one of the first black conquistadors in what we think of as America. It's definitely a lesser known part of history, but it's super significant.
And also Estebanico the Moor, who guided Christopher Columbus to Hispaniola, who later on went on to discover parts of Mexico, New Mexico, and Arizona, which are two other states in America, correct? Wasn't he regarded as also a conquistador?
Exactly, yeah. Estebanico, also known as Estebanico or Mustafa, was one of the first known black explorers in the Americas. He was with the Narvaez expedition in the early 1500s. And after that, he and Crossville became parts of the Southwest. So yes, he's often considered a kind of early conquistador figure, paving the way for later exploration to Arizona and beyond.
Okay, and didn't cowboy culture in America, which featured some of the first black cowboys, didn't conquistador culture pour into American cowboy culture?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a direct thread. A lot of the skills, horsemanship, and cattle handling techniques that became central to cowboy culture in the U.S. actually came from Mexican vaqueros, and before them, those traditions trace back even further to Spanish and conquistador practices. So a huge influence came from those early explorers and the blending of cultures, which really shaped what we think of today as cowboy culture.
Fuck is these niggas talking about? What the fuck are these niggas talking about?
Hey, Aaliyah, was he talking about a conquistador or was he talking about a cowboy and watching, Aaliyah?
When he first started speaking, he said conquistador.
And I said cowboy.
And a conquistador is not the same thing as a cowboy. Kuda, you got to stand on it. Just be like, yo, my bad.
Kuda,
bro.
you got to
My
stand
bad.
on
Okay,
it.
I know a cowboy. You still are trying to make your point. You didn't talk about a cowboy. I brought up cowboy.
I brought up cowboy.
Fatty only brought up bullfighting to like bridge the gap.
Yeah, bridge the gap. His understanding, his lack of understanding for rodeos, and
his lack of understanding for rodeos.
Just real quick, Ali, for the record, I never denied the cowboy involvement, but what both of you guys are saying, right? And again, I'm trying to do this as respectfully as possible. 25% is a minority. 25% is a minority. That means 75% were not black people. So it matches up with what the young lady said and I'm saying as to where black people have been involved. I'm not saying they were never involved because I literally said she's right. It's a Texas thing and it's a regional thing. I'm simply saying that has tracked across history to where it's very, very limited numbers of black people that participate in it.
Do most white people participate in rodeo, Mr. Fantastic?
No, Ali, you can't do it that way. What I'm saying is, hold on, let me tell you, let me explain it. Well, brother, let me go, brother. So Ali, you can't do it that way. You have to go to the niche and then parse it out.
Imagine having to sit here and listen to this ignorance get down as facts. And when you're telling the truth, it gets knocked down. Chat GPT didn't give me no pushback with what the hell I said, which is what I said here. He thinks he's an expert
by the niche, Ali, right? So you have to go to 100% of rodeo participants and people that do the rodeos and do the math from there, not from the total population. So we're talking about people involved in rodeos. You said it, then the other guy, the conquistador nigga, said the same thing. He said 22 to 25%.
Not what I said, and niggas don't listen.
Ali came up with the first thing for ChatGPT that said 25%. So Ali, what it's telling you is for rodeos,
it's flipping it so you can seem right.
I'm not flipping it.
He's flipping it so it seem right, and they just let him get away with because they don't know. They don't know neither.
Anything. And why are you cutting me off?
That's interruption number 3 without the patrol up.
And Aaliyah doesn't do nothing. She just laughs.
See?
She thinks she's funny. She thinks she's funny. Look at her laughing. She's funny.
What's funny? It's officer trying to get her by proxy. Can I just say something real quick?
Sure, man. Sure, bro.
This is so fair. I said, can I just say something real quick? Because they're not letting me speak. And they're passing around wrong information. Now, fantastic. Floor to let me speak. Look at Fatty, because he doesn't. If they listened, they would have been like that. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Well, he said it is correct. Right. But all this is because I was right in the segment before this and I stayed quiet. All of this to prove me wrong. So take a listen to this.
Why are you smirking? If you
Fantastic yield the floor to me. Fatty's ass not listening. I had to go back and correct him. It's like, yo, Fantastic said I can go. So take a listen. I had to sit here and listen to this foolishness.
Funny. It's trying to get her by proxy. Can I just say real quick?
Sure, man.
This is ridiculous. Like a big part of panels is like listening and
oh my
hearing. God. Damn. See, I can't say nothing. You just cut me off.
Why you keep lecturing us? Just talk about the topic.
Y'all lectured us the whole time. Why is it a crime?
We already shook on.
It's a crime when I speak.
We already shook on it.
With me the whole night. Why is it a crime when I speak?
We made an agreement,
and you breaking it. You keep breaking it.
I asked you and y'all let me yield the floor, and y'all cut me off.
You interrupted him.
Fantastic was the first person you interrupted.
He said, "Go ahead, brother."
No, and then you interrupted.
I was just about to why listening is key when you're doing because when I was explaining doors, I brought up. Got brought up. Yes, go play it. Can y'all play it back? Because I listened.
You didn't bring up Cowboys, brother.
Yes, I did.
He said I didn't Cowboys, and he's like, "What?" When I was explaining conquistadors, didn't I say when I was explaining conquistadors, I brought up Cowboys?
You said
I literally said some of the first Cowboys was black.
No,
that's why they said boy, and I said white people didn't want to be called boy.
Okay.
How you gonna do what I said? Y'all
conquistadors.
Conquistadors.
So he went back when I said something about conquistadors, and I told him and I mentioned in conquistadors. So look,
it's not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah, that's not from Spain.
So he went back when
they're from the United States. Yeah. Did you ever go anything? Yeah. Never heard.
I thought I was having midlife crisis or something. Yo,
go back to my explanation. No. I saw what y'all did. Go further back. Huh? Go back to my explanation. I was the one that brought up Cowboys and them being black. The first people being black. I literally said that.
So no, 1 second. So who brought up Cowboys? No. So who brought Cowboys? So who brought?
Disagree with me, and it was wrong.
Oh,
that's what happened.
Hey, Ellie, remember I told you history? He gonna keep fighting it. Ellie, remember I told you about the history?
Go further back and come back. Was y'all saying right?
This is what he been doing. This is what he does on every episode.
This is what he's been doing. This is what he does on every episode. You only been on. This is his second show with me. Because Niggas don't listen and horrible.
That's why.
No,
I
I don't.
read them up.
All right,
See?
I'm going on mute, man. Y'all niggas.
He gonna go on mute just to interrupt somebody. Watch.
You know what? You know why she's. You know why he's wrong, Ali.
4, 3, 2. It's coming, but he won't.
This is why he's wrong, right? Because one, you said it, right? Or two, you didn't engage on the conversation and you shifted. Oh, you see, you did it again.
He said he was gonna be.
You can't stop talking, brother. That's crazy. And now you're quiet like a person interrupted me again. Are you serious?
So I'm showing y'all the how goofy people are in these shows. So he said I didn't say it. He said I didn't bring up conquistadors and cowboys, and I said I literally brought them up in the same vein, and I explained why white people didn't want to be called cowboys or boys at first because they didn't like to be called boys. So they said I didn't say that, but take a listen to the beginning. Take a listen. Take a good listen. Take a good listen.
Wait, y'all really think black people weren't cowboys?
So some of the first conquistadors, matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys.
My question is, have black
not
people
bring it up right
just
there.
recently got involved with rodeo, or have black people always been involved with rodeo?
This went left on the Untouchable Super Panel.
Why y'all capping? I'm from the South, okay? All right. Rodeos, niggas don't for no rodeos. You know, that's like 99% white, and like that's Texas exclusive.
Now it's history versus reality, and nobody's backing down.
Black men were the first amongst the first prominent cowboys in the U.S., making up an estimate.
Oh, I think I'm talking about cowboys right here. How much times have you heard me say cowboys? You didn't bring up cowboys, Kuda.
Made it 20 to 25% of cowboys in the late 19th century.
Cowboys and matadors are not the same. We have somebody from Portugal and somebody from Spain on the panel right now. This is basic history.
You said conquistadors.
Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah! That's not from Spain. That's from the United States. Yeah!
Bro, nitty that I have to put up with.
The first matador, like conquistadors, they were black people, and it was in Florida. You know what I'm saying? And definitely Texas did adapt it. So some of the first conquistadors and matadors and stuff like that, it was black people. Black people are the first cowboys. We made the word boy popular again because white men didn't like to be called boy.
Okay? Okay? Did not bring it up and did not add context to it. Right? I brought it up and I add context to it.
Oh my God. Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors. Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah, that's not from Spain. That's from the United States. Yeah. Did you ever saw any Spaniards? Yeah. Ever?
And Ali, I never denied.
Crazy.
You were talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved over to cowboys.
Hold on.
Once again, the word.
Please don't say that. Please don't.
You know what?
Wasn't they talking about bullfighting first, and then it moved to cowboys?
It was never about bullfighting. Rodeos don't have bullfighting.
Aaliyah, was he talking about a conquistador or was he
bullfighting.
talking about a cowboy initially, as you've been watching, Aaliyah?
When he first started speaking, he said conquistador.
Thank you. And a conquistador is not the same thing as a cowboy. You got to stand on it. Just be like, yo, my bad, bro. My bad. Okay, I know a cowboy. You still are trying to make your point. You didn't talk about a cowboy. I brought up cowboy.
Fatty only brought up bullfighting to like bridge the gap.
Yeah, bridge the gap. His understanding, his lack of understanding for rodeos.
Lack of understanding.
And just real quick,
I gotta get told that I'm stupid and berating, and I didn't do what the hell I did with when y'all clearly seen me bring up cowboys and conquistadors and tie it back in how, where the bullfighting culture came from in America. Man, low IQs, bro. Low IQs and don't listen. Look,
Ali, for the record, I never denied the cowboy involvement, but what both of you guys are saying, right? And again,
so they're giving him leeway now.
I'm trying to do this as respectfully as possible. 25% is a minority. 25% is a minority. That means 75% were not black people. So it matches up with what the young lady said and I'm saying as to where black people have been involved. I'm not saying they were never involved because I literally said she's right. It's a Texas thing and it's a regional thing. I'm simply saying that has tracked across history to where it's very, very limited numbers of black people that participate in it.
Do most white people participate in rodeo, Mr. Fantastic?
No, Ali, you can't do it that way. What I'm saying is, hold on, let me tell you, let me explain it. Well, brother, let me go, brother. So Ali, you can't do it that way. You have to go to the niche and then parse it out by the niche, Ali, right? So you have to go to 100% of rodeo participants and people that do the rodeos and do the math from there, not from the total population. So we're talking about people involved in rodeos. You said it, then the other guy, the conquistador nigga, said the same thing. He said 22 to 25%. Ali came up with the first thing for ChatGPT that said 25%. So Ali, what it's telling you is for rodeos,
it's flipping it so you can see right.
I'm not flipping anything. And why are you cutting me off?
That's interruption number 3 without the patrol.
And Aaliyah doesn't do nothing. She just laughs. Hey, she thinks she's funny. She thinks she's funny. Look at her laughing. She thinks she's funny.
No, because y'all been playing.
So why are you smirking if you know it's funny?
It's all right. Trying to get her by proxy. Can I just say something real quick?
Sure, man. Sure, bro.
This is ridiculous. Like a big part of panels is like listening and hearing.
God.
Damn. See, I can't say nothing. You just cut me off.
Why you keep lecturing us? Just talk about the topic.
Y'all lectured us the whole time. Why is it a crime?
We already shook on it. We already shook on it.
With me the whole night. Why is it a crime when I speak?
We made an agreement,
and you breaking it. You keep breaking it.
I asked you and y'all let me yield the floor, and y'all cut me off talking about some Jesus Christ.
You interrupted him.
Who did I interrupt?
Fantastic. Was the first person you interrupted.
He said, "Go ahead, brother."
No, and then you interrupted the
CEO.
CEO, but CEO gave you
I
grace.
was just about to get into why listening is key when y'all doing these panels, because when I was explaining conquistadors, I brought up cowboys. This is where the cowboys got brought up. Yes, go play it. Can y'all play it back? Because I listened.
You didn't bring up cowboys, brother. You didn't bring up cowboys. You said
I literally said some of the first cowboys was black.
No,
that's why they said boy, and I said white people didn't want to be called boy. No. I literally said that.
Okay.
How you gonna tell me what I said? Y'all
conquistadors.
Conquistadors, not cowboys. Cowboys are not conquistadors.
So he rolled it back, but he didn't include the part where I said black people were some of the first cowboys, and I told him to go back. He rolled it back to make it seem like he was right. See this?
Conquistadors are from Spain. Cowboys are cowboys. Yeah, that's not from Spain. They're from the United States. Yeah.
So
did you ever saw any Spaniards? Yeah. Ever?
Imagine going out of your way, being wrong as fuck, going out of your way to try to sound right. These are the games they play.
I thought I was having midlife crisis or something. Yo,
go back to my explanation. No. I saw what y'all did. Go further back.
Huh?
Go back.
Now I look crazy. Now it look like I'm interrupting the show, and I was wrong the whole time. So everything I say now is irrelevant. See how easy this works, and how gullible the audience is. Look.
To my explanation, I was the one that brought up cowboys and them being black, the first people being black. I literally said that.
So now
I'm frustrated because I'm like, damn, I'm not even being heard.
So who brought up cowboys? No. So who brought cowboys? So who brought?
Disagree with me, and it was wrong.
Fantastic agreeing with me and was wrong as hell about rodeos, about conquistadors, and about cowboys. literally, I was right on a trifecta. And look at the caping that they do, and then they weren't even listening anyway. So what I was saying was irrelevant to the conversation when they're facts, and everybody on here was adding on top of false information. Nobody did their research.
Oh,
That's what happened.
Hey,
I'm
Aaliyah,
not
remember I
watching
told you
or
history? He
listening.
gonna keep fighting it. Aaliyah, remember I told you
Go
about the
back.
history?
Go
This is what I'm
further
trying
back
to
and
tell
then come
you.
back. Was y'all saying right?
I can't
This,
hear him.
this is what he been doing. This is what he does on every episode. That's why
No,
I look
I
like
don't.
that.
All right, I'm going on mute, man. Y'all niggas.
And he gonna go on mute just to interrupt somebody. Watch.
You know what? You know why she's you know why he's wrong, Ali?
4, 3, 2. It's coming, but he won't mind not saying it.
This is why he's wrong, right? Because either one, you said it, right? Or two, you didn't engage on the conversation and you shifted. Oh, you see, you did it again.
He said he was gonna mute up.
You can't stop talking, brother. That's crazy. And now you're quiet, like I'm supposed to be talking after interrupting me again. Are you serious? Hey, man, y'all got it, bro. Oh, man. Hey.
What I missed? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. What did
you need to be a better parole officer.
Yeah, parole officer.
Y'all playing.
You gotta get on your job.
Gotcha.
You gotta get on your job, Aaliyah.
Okay.
We are playing gotcha.
Okay, I have a question. I just have a quick question.
Okay, you pull up that clip then, Fatty?
He just
go get it yourself. Go get it yourself.
Now you pulled up the clip before, but
go get it yourself. Go get it yourself. I play it if you get it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Aaliyah.
No, I just want. So okay.
Oh my God.
Are we? No, because I don't want to do this again. Like I really, really, really don't. I really don't. So are we now going from are we switching from not interjecting to interjecting now? Like, are we doing that transition, or are we still on no interjection? I just want to be.
So did you address? He's on 4-0 right now. Waiting, said nothing to why he interject. Not interject. Interrupt.
To be fair, I couldn't hear him. That's why I had went back out and came back in. But I got y'all. I'll concede to that. I haven't said anything. Like I'm not trying to fight y'all. I'm really not. I'm really not.
So you can hear now, though, right?
Yes, I can hear.
Now watch this. But wait, there's more. Watch.
Okay, like
it ain't over. I promise you, it ain't over.
Yeah. Right. So are you done, Aaliyah? I don't want to cut you off, love.
I'm good.
All right, cool. So again, like I said, I came in disagreeing with the conquistador comment. That's the first thing I said. So literally, you had to bring it up.
I didn't come in disagreeing with the conquistador comment. He actually came in saying that there was no black cowboys and that black people don't go. Black people aren't a part of rodeo culture like that. These people don't listen. I actually listen. I actually listen. That's a great quality of mine. I actually listen, and I can actually tell you what's been said and who said what and how they were saying and exactly what they're doing. I can actually keep up with the damn panel. I'm not disrespectful. UFO, this shit is crazy, man. You didn't say cowboys. When I literally was the first person to introduce the concept of cowboys and talk about how black people were the first cowboys. Since we're talking about rodeo culture, I think it would behoove some of you niggas to know black people were the first cowboys. And then also I brought up conquistadors, where they got that, where the culture came from. That's why I brought up both of them. That went over niggas' heads too. Then they had to start lying.
And just bring it up. I disagree with like you said, I came in disagreeing with you about the conquistador part. That was the first thing out of my mouth. And to my point.
And he was still wrong on that part.
Still, everybody's mad at me for liking and understanding math. 25% of a niche.
And now he's trying to make it again. Now he's trying to make it about him. And he's still wrong if he says 25% of a niche is small, because it's not.
Means you are a minority. That means 75% is everybody else that's not you. Okay? So what are we talking about here? What are we doing? Why is this even an argument? I mean, what's the next topic, man? Let's get out of here. I don't even know why we talking about.
You gotta try to move it.
Rodeos and
rodeo.
you niggas don't own one pair. Ain't ever seen a pair of cowboy boots outside of a movie.
So I made this statement, okay?
Yeah,
Please correct me.
All day. Rodeo, no way.
Hey, friends, as y'all know, I don't talk about black women. It's not my woman to judge. I don't do it.
This nigga talk about black women all fucking day. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? So y'all see what I have to go through? I'm like, man, listen, man. I'm done, bro. I'm wasting my talent here. I'm wasting my talents here, man. Nigga sit up there and brought up conquistadors, full roadie. Nigga say, oh, you didn't bring that up. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me go out and come back in real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me do this. Leave y'all with some music. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Dealing with niggas, man. This is crazy. All right. You trying to run a narrative, but let's go. Hold on.
I'm willing to bet that Erika Kirk is pissed about the new skit that Drewski just released. Can't nobody say that this man is not funny. Now I fear Drewski ate. The first part of this skit, he shows up with the sparklers in that all white outfit. Let me tell you, he got the look right all the way from the hair on her head to the shoes on her feet. Stop. Then the devil stare that nobody can forget. And once again, I fear Drewski ate. Then he goes into the weird, awkward scenes where it always feels like she's making herself look like she's crying. And no, he couldn't forget the hand gesture, because she never fails to do this after she gets done looking like she's about to cry. And then throwing his twist on Erika Kirk's weird speeches that just never land right. I just know Erika Kirk right now is sitting back looking at this skit with those devilish eyes. She is so mad about this, because I'm afraid that Druski didn't miss one time with his representations of Erika Kirk.
And low key, that's where the debate gets tricky, because technically, he never confirmed it was her. But visually, people made it up in their own minds. And boom, more chaos. Fake posts started going viral saying Erika Kirk responded. Not true.
I want you all to know that I've seen the Drewski video, and I would like to talk about it. I know the video doesn't say my name, but let's all admit, like me. And sometimes I do feel
this gotta be AI. This gotta be AI.
like a black man trapped inside of a white woman's body, and it feels pretty good. But it has inspired me to finally show the world who I really am underneath it all.
This gotta be fake.
Rumors about lawsuits, also not true. Just the internet doing what it does best, adding gasoline to the fire. So now when it comes down to this chat, did Druski go too far this time? Or this is just another case of the internet being overly sensitive? Because I ain't gonna lie, this one right here, this is a conversation. Y'all let me know in the comments, was this funny or foul? Make sure you like this video, subscribe, and if any more.
All right. And you know, people they get mad at Corey Holcomb and a lot of people, you know, comedians. Even though sometimes people do go too far, but they get mad at a lot of people for satire. You know, satire comedy. Give me 1 second. Like I said, I didn't mention Cowboys or none of that shit. I'm like, nigga, I was the one that brought this shit up. I wasn't gonna have no goddamn intellectual conversation. Y'all don't even know half the shit you're talking about. Hold on. Have Massacia down to the bottom of it. Trying to paint somebody as they're a dumbass the whole time is you. This shit is crazy.
MAGA is crashing out right now after popular YouTuber and comedian Drewski posted a parody video of Erika Kirk and other conservative women showcasing how they act and embarrass themselves. You've got to watch this clip because the right wing is losing their minds over it, and I think it's hilarious.
Get on your feet!
Oh, he's playing First Day Out there. That's funny.
I'm just going to stop it right there on that one because that's Erika Kirk with the fireworks and the crazy stuff the TPUSA is doing. And I know that some folks will get uncomfortable because of what happened to Erika Kirk's husband, Charlie Kirk. And look, what happened to Charlie Kirk.
And the nigga music. Don't forget that part. And shout outs to Vader because he beat me to it too. Because earlier I was gonna say she does look like Gorlock the Destroyer, but let's go.
Kirk was horrible, was a disgusting assassination. As much as I didn't like the guy, it was an attack on America. But the way that the right-wing media has capitalized on Charlie Kirk's assassination, the way they've almost celebrated it in their own way is disgusting and disturbing.
Now, let me tell you why this has a lot of people's panties in the bunch. Because a lot of people, they didn't like Charlie USA. And most niggas didn't understand either. Right? Because due to Trump, everybody's now all of a sudden a politics expert. Keep that in mind. Right? And it's gotten worse since he got back in office. Because the first go around, it was one thing. And then the second go around. But we'll talk about that later. We talk about that all the time. A lot of people that didn't like Charlie Kirk are actually happy that his wife is going in a complete opposite direction that he didn't want to go into. Like, they're happy that his wife is destroying his legacy. They're happy. So now they can oh no, you know what, now TP USA is turning point is now, you know, now it's more us friendly. They're happy watching her destroy that man's legacy. Because they know he wouldn't have liked this. So Druski making fun of it. Now all of a sudden they have sympathy for Charlie Kirk and his legacy. Now all of a sudden they care. Okay.
To me, Erika Kirk was like helping open up shopping centers.
All right, almost 3 hours into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support the show like y'all support all the other shows giving y'all misinformation. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. It's Player Talk. Let's get it.
It's just very silly to me. It's not the way that I think normal people grieve. And to me, I think the spectacle of it is worthy of the parody that they're getting right now, even if MAGA doesn't like it. And I'll show you the reactions from folks like Senator Ted Cruz and others who are absolutely breaking down on the internet about it. But they have chosen to make Kirk's assassination into a spectacle that can make them money instead of what it should have been, which was a national opportunity to come together and stop hating on each other so much. But here we are, and they deserve the mockery that they get.
Raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
how about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Again, incredible stuff, because the way that these people use religion is something that they can hide behind when they clearly, it looks like the first time that person had ever touched a Bible. They clearly don't have any actual relationship to God. And that's the parody here. It's just, I think it's pretty great. If you've never seen it, by the way, the Charlie Kirk memorial service where they had all the fireworks, and now I think Erika Kirk brings that fireworks set with her everywhere that she goes, that is actually straight up parodied in an episode of the TV show The Boys.
This girl got a Titantron wherever she go, You think Goldberg or Shawn Michaels or Chris Jericho about to come out? Nope, Erika Kirk.
Where there's a character that dies and they have basically a fake funeral for them to cover up the reason that they died. And what was funny about it is I didn't get into The Boys until earlier this year. And when you watch that, you think it's a parody of Charlie Kirk's funeral, except it was shot 4 years prior, because that's how easy and predictable it is to mock these people and the way that they're going to abuse the things that happen to them and twist them and use them so that they can make money and create attention and a spectacle. It's depressing, and it's not the way that things should work. But again, here we are.
Sweet cream foam chai ice matcha. And Bella will have
the little dog. The little dog's gonna get coffee.
Great.
Yes, everything organic.
I'm so grateful that I didn't watch this. My staff told me not to watch, and I just dove right in, sight unseen.
Are you good? 4, 2. Hold your chest lifted. We're gonna lift.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Yes. Because they are the ones who mattered most.
Oh my God. That is the perfect parody, and the truth, whether it's Erika Kirk, and really he's parodying all of these, white conservative Christian influencers and the fake silly way they act. And what's sad about it is it works for a lot of people, but to me, it just always comes off as aggressively fake. I'm sure some of them must really believe it, but this is an incredible parody, and we need more content creators to come out and mock these people for what they are. I mean, this is I posted a video earlier today about Joe Rogan calling all these MAGA influencers and all these people who are clinging to Donald Trump dorks, and he's absolutely right. I think the truth of the matter is, and again, I'm very sorry for what happened.
Oh man, y'all still haven't learned, and maybe this new wave is, but y'all haven't learned a damn thing. Let's go.
to Erika Kirk, but she's allowed herself, or she's, actively doing it on purpose. Like, they've allowed it to become a spectacle, so that they can make money off of it. And I think it's a shame to the movement. It's a shame to what happened. But they deserve to be mocked. Like, frankly, I don't think we mock these people enough sometimes. And I want to show you one of my favorite things coming out of this video, which is somebody ran it through Grok, which is Elon Musk's AI assistant that's attached to X, and it analyzed it and determined that Druski in the video is Erika Kirk. Could not tell the difference between Drewski's portrayal of Erika Kirk and conservative Kirk herself. That is how spot on this parody is. Now, the bad news is conservatives on the internet very upset and whining and moaning because they can't take a joke. And oh my God, I think they might be engaging in cancel culture, guys. Here's John Root, who works.
Well, a lot of the fake ones are doing that. A lot of the fake ones are doing that. Shit. I gotta run this by War Master and get his perspective on it, because that gotta be funny. This is pure funny. A lot of the fake new conservatives will probably, be mad at that, because they still don't know if they want to jump the fence or not. A lot of those new rhinos or sinos, they're still, looking at politics and how it goes to see if they made the best decision to grift over to a new, these people, they change a little, like they change clothes, if they change clothes, so let's go.
For the Fox News owned Outkicked, which is also owned by Clay Travis. You might remember Clay Travis is the guy who I debated on Piers Morgan and embarrassed the shit out of himself because he refuses to believe the Epstein survivors were actually abused at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and potentially people like Donald Trump in the Epstein files. Here he is. Oh, this is too far, man. You were completely disrespectful during NFL honors. I don't even know what that means. And now you're making fun of Erika Kirk, whose husband was brutally assassinated. This ain't it. Again, very sad about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I found out live on Newsmax when I saw it. It was one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. The reaction from the conservative movement, from TUSA, from themselves, has been they deserve to be parodied for taking something so horrible, disturbing, and turning it into a money-making opportunity for themselves. Crazy stuff. They by the way, guys like John Root have nothing to say about their boss, Clay Travis, excusing the abuse of little girls and little boys on Epstein's Island, which is something that's well documented. Nothing to say about Donald Trump when he celebrates the death of a political opponent. So I have zero sympathy for these people when they are selective with their outrage. They hate cancel culture when it's happening to one of theirs, but oh, it's okay, let's cancel Druski because Druski said. Like, you're either for cancel culture or you're not. You're either for comment or just channel. Go to the tweet. Speaking of whiny little shits, here's Senator Ted Cruz from the great state of Texas. The video. It'd be easy for me to sit here and shit all over Ted Cruz. I've done that before. I can't stand the guy, but I'd rather let some of my friends do it because the comments on this tweet are absolutely brutal. Here's my buddy Adam Mockler, quote, "Your president makes fun of dead people every week and you don't say shit about it. Sit down." Very well said. Here's my other friend, Isaiah Martin. "You're a snowflake." Absolutely brutal. Here's Harry Sisson. "Trump just said he was glad that Mueller died and you were quiet. You're a spineless coward." There's Dean Withers. "Relax, Cupcake. It's called dark humor." I think we've got secular talk. Kyle over here. "You gonna cry?" Like, these guys, again, I can't say it enough. When it comes to Ted Cruz and the rest of these MAGA politicians and influencers, we cannot mock them enough. They are not serious people. They spend most of their time on the culture war nonsense and doing nothing to improve your life. Ted Cruz has nothing to say about ending the war in Iran, which is jacking up gas prices and making everything more expensive for you while getting American military personnel killed.
Nah, this man is getting the tweets and politics and stuff. Shout outs to him though. Now we're gonna see how other people are reacting, because there's a bunch of Glacier women that are mad, but I got a video here where Candace Owens actually cheering on Drewski. Yeah. She tried to, talk to Erika Kirk, and people are saying, oh, well, they're trying to say that she was sleeping with Charlie Kirk and all this other stuff. People get into that goofy ass shit. Let's see what she had to say.
This is the your feelings MAGA crowd when the jokes are about them. Your president makes
and listen, this is propaganda, because the conservatives aren't mad. The real ones aren't mad. I'm pretty sure the real ones are actually laughing at the irony behind this, because guess what? Overnight, TPUSA damn near Democrat with Erika Kirk at the helm. Charlie Kirk wouldn't even damn near be in the same room as Nicki Minaj. But let's go.
Fun of dead people every week and you don't say about it, sit down. The flip side is also true, that it's like these liberal critics of Trump who bemoan his incivility, that is not then just like a green light for you guys to just be and then whatever, just say, but Trump, not a defense of your own actions either. We're going to check in on what's trending, and in our internet story for today, talk about the comedian Drewski, who just did a skit mocking Erika Kirk, of course, the widow of the late Charlie Kirk, who was so horrifically killed, the conservative activist, and now she's taken charge of Turning Point USA, and she's become a figure who I've defended a lot, not because I agree with her or I'm on the same page with her ideologically or politically. I'm not, I just think there's no evidence. These insane claims that all these podcasters like Candace Owens have made about her somehow like being in on her husband's murder or a cover-up or anything. I think there's no there, and I think making such extraordinary claims absent any evidence is like despicable to do to a widow. But now a comedian, Drewski, who I'm not super familiar with, but does skits and has made fun of lots of different groups in the past, he's going mega viral for a skit he just released that is mocking Erika Kirk. And I'm going to kind of tell you what both sides are saying about this and then offer my thoughts. And then we're going to check in with Candace Owens, who is, of course, honoring her friend, Charlie, that she always says she loves so much, by joining in on the mockery of his widow, because that makes total sense, guys. That's how I would totally honor my deceased friend. Anyway, here's the headline from the New York Post. Drewski sets off outrage after dressing as Erika Kirk in latest viral skit. Quote, "This is too far." Then they show him in the makeup and whatever attachments or enhancements they did to his face to make him look like a satirical version of Erika Kirk. I will say, like, whatever you think of the morality of this sketch, it's obviously a very unflattering portrait of Erika Kirk, but the makeup artists and everything, like, I'm almost impressed, because this is literally a black man and they made him look like that. Like, A+ for like.
Now this is the thing, because it's American culture. White people aren't used to whiteface. That's a new especially this generation of white people. Glacier people are not used to whiteface. That right there is a new concept that they're not familiar with. And especially somebody that can do it really good. And having them laugh at something that they should be offended by. You know what I'm saying? They're not used to that. Not the way that black people are used to it, which is a big part of American culture. Right? They're not used to, minstrel shows. Even go back in the day and go look up the Steamboat Willie. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse got Disney, even though Disney now is being has more adult themes than ever now. But minstrel shows and stuff, I hear you, D. But I'm trying to make a bigger point though. That today's people, that they're not used to that shit at all. Yeah, I know Dave Chappelle, I play that skit all the time. But they're not used to it. You understand what I'm saying? They're not used to it. And then when they turn around and laugh at it, it makes it even worse. That's why Dave Chappelle, when he did those trans jokes, he made sure they laughed first before they thought to get mad. Them getting mad was an afterthought, but it's like, wait, hold on, you were just laughing a second ago. Now you're mad? When we have you laughing like 2 seconds ago? Before you got stiffed? They got joking down to a science that the punchline, which usually involves irony, makes people laugh. And then there's another side of a joke. If y'all ever wrote jokes before, I've written a couple of jokes. Hung out with some comedians. Was a part of comedic entourages and stuff like that. And believe it or not, I did comedy at one point. Because I happen to be funny. Naturally. But you're not used to whiteface, especially this generation. So, and it's split. Because a lot of them are laughing. A lot of them aren't offended, actually. But he's pushing the boundaries. You know what I'm saying? He's pushing the boundaries. And if you go look at, if you hip to the game, show. If you hit to the game, y'all know about Jane. Go look at Ben Elliott. Go look at some of those experiments she was doing in with her class, with those students, and how they start crying and bitching and complaining and moaning, and they couldn't even take racism. Theoretically, they couldn't even take racism, they couldn't even take racism in a not just in an education sense, but in a they couldn't even take it in theory in the classroom. So you could only imagine how mad people are about this whiteface, especially this time in this political climate, and then with something like Charlie Kirk. Because they've mocked Martin Luther King. They've mocked all of our greats. They didn't give a damn about death. They didn't give a damn about wives and family. So it's selective morality. Let's get it.
Just the, I don't know what that would even be called, like the production aspect of it. They really did capture a caricature of Erika Kirk effectively. Whether you hate it or love it, you should acknowledge that physically. Anyway, here's the text from the New York Post article. Controversial comedian Drewski has triggered fresh outrage in which he dressed up as Charlie Kirk's widow, Erika, with many calling him disgusting and completely disrespectful to a grieving widow. The black comic painted his skin and sported a white suit, blue contact lenses, and blonde locks as he mocked the Turning Point USA CEO in his, quote, How Conservative Women in America Act sketch, which has racked up more than 40 million views on social media. In fact, by the time I checked, it was over 55 million. Like, this thing is going super viral, like very seen before. Anyway, at least recently, it's getting a mixture of people pushing back on this who are more conservative and on the Republican side of the discourse and saying, like, this is gross, it's distasteful. And I'm certainly sympathetic to that. I generally want Erika Kirk to be left alone. I think it's fine to criticize her in terms of how she leads Turning Point USA and in terms of the political statements she makes, but just like the mockery, and particularly not the mockery, but the people actually, the podcasters and political commentators making.
And let me tell y'all something too. Like, even with the NASCAR skit, why they were mad at him is because a lot of them have people in their family like that. So you even have modern Glacier people that's like, oh, well, that he's portraying being a country hick. You know, whether that's not you personally, you have somebody in your family like that, or you know somebody like that, which is, you know,
like criminal allegations against her, I think is really messed up.
Because that NASCAR skit, that's when they really started getting uncomfortable. And it's funny because the thing is that he can go to certain places in America and actually infiltrate. Remember when they used to be running these pranks, infiltrate the hoods in Black America? Back in the day, remember when I brilliantly and masterfully delivered that news back in the day? Yeah, Druski, he can actually go into certain places and penetrate and get into certain that people don't, you know. So that about that. That's you know, that's a frightening thing to them. But let's get it.
But I'm also somebody who has and does defend offensive and edgy comedy. So I can see the other side of it too, where it's like, listen, he's got every right to mock her the same way we offend comedians who mock trans people and other stuff. Anyway, we'll get more into my thoughts, but I'm going to show you what people are saying from across the political spectrum. The conservative radio husband was assassinated in September. It's March, and a Black comedian is on face and mocking. Honest, quite prominent Black leader had been assassinated, and a white comedian put on blackface and mocked his widow.
Damn, I didn't know Jennifer Hudson and Common had a baby. Congrats to them. So now y'all about to hear what I just said. This guy talking about the white face and the black face.
So what would happen? I actually think this is an interesting. He sort of made a point to undercut his own point, because what I believe would happen in the situation that he's described.
No, he's not a threat, but the fact that Black people can start to do whiteface and get into certain places, that's what's scary to them.
Is that people like Clay Travis would be defending it and saying it's edgy humor, don't be woke, comedy is legal.
Nah, they don't want their schools to be penetrated. They fear a lot of the stuff that they do to us will come back. They fear that. But the thing is that Black people ain't even on that type of time. That's the funny part. Why you think they arm themselves and stuff like that? Go to like certain places. You see, go to them MMA classes. You see white people in there whipping ass. Go to certain gun classes. You see them in there, their kids and stuff like that. They train their kids to be militant and all kinds of stuff, you know. And then also too, they're not looking at that. That's why I didn't acknowledge it before. I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying, but they're not looking at that. They're not looking at Druski and saying he's not Black. Clearly, in their mind, he's Black. Putting on whiteface.
Every black person, if you go do your history and your family, you have a white side of your family just as much as every white family has a black side. People just ignore it or don't go that far. They don't know that side of their family. What I'm saying is that they fear that we will do the same things that they did to us, but we don't have a reason to do that. We're not gonna put on white face and go into a damn sundown town to explore how racism still exists in 2026. We don't do that. So like I said, they arm themselves, and they, you know, that First Amendment and even the right to bear arms and a lot of all of that stuff. A lot of times, some of those laws are out of white guilt, because they think black people are gonna assemble and revolt and have a rise. That was one of the main reasons to arm yourself in America. Did you know when you used to buy a house and used to buy land in America, they would give you a peacemaker, they will give you a revolver and a box of bullets? So if you wanted to plant or you know what I'm saying, do whatever, they would just give you a gun. Also, gun ownership came with home ownership, so you can defend the land that you purchase. They didn't just give you land, they give you also to defend it. What's going on, New? So black people aren't revolting or doing any of that stuff. They don't have to militarize against us and stuff like that. But like I said, if you go to these MMA classes, they learn how to fight. If you go to these gun ranges, they're kids. They know how to fucking shoot rifles and clear a room, you know? So it's scary when you start seeing black people behave like this, or the idea of this, you know? It's a scary thing. Because believe it or not, they still have white guilt. All right, let's get it.
Now. And maybe people, more progressive people, would be saying how horrible it is and how racist. But it's like, but the people who are so upset about this right now, a lot of them would be defending. So you might be right about that many people on the left are hypocritical, but I also think
the police too,
you might be pointing to some of your own hypocrisy here as well. I mean, folks like myself, I've defended Dave Chappelle, and he's like extremely funny but also extremely edgy and offensive jokes about trans people. I've defended lots of edgy commentary, and I comedians, I don't know the actual scale, but like I don't find it that funny. There's a couple points of it where I think he's like sort of connected with something real, like just the very like harsh features that Erika has in some of these shots. And obviously I think the fireworks at the and the at the turning point events and everything it's fair to make fun of that. And that's like not making fun of a widow just per se. That's like turning point president. So I'm not saying it's totally out of bounds, but I definitely understand why, especially in the context of the horrific attacks against Erika Kirk, this is repulsive to a lot of people. But I'm not going to support canceling. Druski is a comedian, so you don't have to like the skit. You can find it gross, you can find it offensive, but beyond that, I mean, I'm never
gonna.
Let
me tell you something, low key, because they didn't want to, and it's usually the people that are mad. A lot of them actually laughed at it. Because if it's good, it's good. This case is so good, it's that bad.
Support a comedian. It says for comedy, and you're not allowed to say, or it's not consistent to say. People on the right, and I agree with this, have been saying you can make fun marginalized group, every terrible edgy comedy about that is fine. So you can't then be like, but a widow's off limits. And it's comedy. It's not like a podcaster actually accusing her of. No, I'm just saying I'm never gonna support this guy being canceled or facing consequences for it. You don't have to find it funny. You can find it offensive. You can just keep it moving. But I'm never gonna join a cancellation campaign against a comedian. I'm just not.
One hasn't made you mad enough.
That would be hypocritical. So anyway, from kind of more liberal commentators online, here, one person wrote Magnarals in the reply as if they didn't set the terms of engagement. Sorry, Snowfall. Another image of crying. This the your feelings MAGA crowd when the jokes are about them. I mean, Cruz, the presenter, comedian, and said, "This is contempt." To which the liberal commentator wrote, "Your president makes fun of dead people every week and you don't say about it, sit down." And I think this is an interesting dichotomy here because it sort of makes a point, but sort of doesn't, in that two wrongs don't make a right. So if you're a liberal who has complained, like Adam, about the president's incivility, right? Making fun of Rob Reiner after he was dead and celebrating the death of Robert Mueller. And then you're also defending like people mocking Erika Kirk and being nasty to Erika Kirk. I think you have a point about Republican hypocrisy if Ted Cruz isn't criticizing the president for being nasty to dead people, but has smoke for comedians making fun of a widow. It's like, well, the president, you should have higher standards of decency for the president than for a comedian, obviously. And if you don't, you're being a partisan hypocrite. I mean, but the flip side is also true, that it's like these liberal critics of Trump who bemoan his incivility, that is not then just like a green light for you guys to just be whatever. Trump is not a defense of your own actions either. I don't know. I think that's an interesting question here. So like, what can I say? I don't really know what to say about this other than I would like Erika to be left alone. But we did say for years, edgy comedy is okay and nothing should be off limits.
I mean, when they were running around with shirts with Charlie Kirk getting hit in the neck, and they made his head big like a bobblehead.
And so I think you can't consistently get too mad at a comedian doing this. But there's also some double standards to be pointed out here. I do acknowledge that. So I think the whole thing is kind of a mess. But I'm not sure what to do about it other because it's a comedian. So all you can really do is just not pay attention to it, not watch it, not support it if you don't like it. This is there to do. You're a total hypocrite. But it is obvious to me is anointed yourself like Charlie Kirk's true friend, then the one thing you would not be doing is celebrating the mockery of his widow by this comedian and lauding it and agreeing with it publicly. But that is what Candace has decided to do. No joke. That is what Candace Owens is doing. Here is a clip from her show where she watches the Druski clip and agrees with it enthusiastically.
New, you cold for that one. That's fucked up. There was no way he could have done that.
Let's watch.
People recognize all across the world that something's not right with Erika Kirk. And your best guess, if you were, I mean, just trying to extend the most rope to her, you would say, maybe she didn't love him. Maybe she just didn't love him. She didn't even like the guy. They're fighting in the end. And that's why she's just like, okay, whatever, I don't care. We were on the rocks or something.
What is Kiss talking about? I think there's definitely some ways that Erika Kirk has behaved oddly, and she's made choices that
That happens. Sometimes you beefing. You probably at the end of the marriage, or you just, or whatever. Yeah. Leave on bad terms. It's fucked up.
Wouldn't make. The idea that she clearly Charlie, like, that's not true. We've watched and people grieve differently, and
what conspiracy. Because there's always some new person around here trying to slap labels on people when they don't even know what the hell they talking about, you know?
Like I really do find that to be a despicable thing to say about Erika Kirk. And again, Candace doesn't get to play the comedian card because she's not just
Please hit
joking.
the like button and
She's
support the show,
serious
y'all.
as a heart attack. Like
on the rocks or something like that. But even if you were a friend of his, you'd be reacting differently. Everything's wrong. And that is why comedians have picked it up. Comedians like Tim Dillon, comedians like Joe Rogan, and like Drewski, who has dropped an absolute viral video kind of mocking women. And sort of, look, I kind of picked up on it this year too, so I'm going to back him up here. But this sort of Christian grift, but it doesn't really feel like Christianity that we're looking at. Anyway, let me not do him. It would be a total lack of justice for me to try to explain to you the video. I'm sure you've seen it. It's been everywhere. Here is Drewski mocking conservative women, namely Erika Kirk.
Get on your feet!
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible. We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America.
So good.
Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Because they are the ones who matter most.
So that's the sketch, and obviously he's totally caricaturing what she actually said about white men.
A lot of these people don't like Candace.
But I think it is okay to like poke fun at the pyrotechnics and all that at the Turning Point event, honoring Charlie and everything.
Give me 1 second.
Was a bit much. Was probably not the best choice, and people are allowed to mock that. I'm not going to clutch pearls on that one. But there is something strange about Candace, who's presented herself as the only person who actually about Charlie, about what happened to him, and for a long time pretended to respect Erika Kirk. And for a
she gave her
like,
a little bit of time.
I'll stop my investigation when Erika tells me to. Then, of course, as soon as Erika told her to, stopped. Changed her tune immediately and did not stop because the money was too good and the attention was too good. Charlie, you broadcast to millions a sketch mocking his widow and laugh and say it's so good. It's like, God, I hope I don't want any friends like that. Like, if my friends to my that way by treating my widow or that, like, it's not giving friend. I'm sure if Charlie right now, he's okay. It's like, how she doesn't see that. It's just crazy to me, at least. But let's listen to the last bit of what Candace has to say.
Okay, that black guy like didn't say a single word, and so just takes away the entire scene. Just perfect face that he's making behind him. This is how everybody's feeling. For
the funny thing is that, you know, political jokes are they're not really niche, but political jokes hit harder because they're really for suburban America, you know, suburban America, not even just suburban America, they're actually world. You know what I'm saying? If the jokes has a good amount of politics wrapped up into it, you know. In America, we can, you know, everybody knows Donald Trump. They don't know all these presidents. and you won't get you won't get assassinated for making fun of the president in America like you would in Cuba, these other places and stuff. So, hey.
First time not left or right. It's like everyone's united in feeling this. It feels fake, wrong. It's Dylan called out earlier. It feels like for money, and they're just going to keep wording God and God and the Lord, so we can't question things. Just be, oh, but God, demonic. It says demonic.
Candace, you are kind of demonic. I'm not gonna lie. When you, because you just constantly baselessly accuse people of murder, like, and you enrich yourself in extraordinary fashion, defaming random innocent people all the time, as I've covered extensively on the show. When they see you doing that, including to a widow and the mother of the children of the person you say you care about, people are going to have criticisms of you. And I hate when she's like, they just say we can't ask questions. Like, you do a lot more than ask questions, girl. You make accusations.
Well, she probably knows, family wise, because people keep shit separate. She probably knows family wise. Fuck that. It'd be like, it'd be like that. So you never know the conversations Charlie may have had with his Candace about,
and you imply wrongdoing, and you make massive factual errors that you never correct or acknowledge, and you just move the goalposts onto a new thing, like the whole thing about the Egyptian planes and how it all held the key, and then you got totally debunked and all the data was wrong, and you promised an update and then you just moved about it again. Yeah, we're not letting you that one, can't. And I'm sorry, but you just can't.
Andy,
like
like bowing down to the Japanese mafia leader. Half them niggas ain't got no fingers. That shit is true. With the Yakuza, them niggas get their fingers. But let's go.
It's like, this is just how everyone feels on the left and the right. It's like, it's really not. I understand that maybe you're like in an echo chamber and you have a lot of people that affirm everything. And I do believe it. Making fun of Erika Kirk is a widespread sentiment now. That is true. Certainly not everyone. And it doesn't excuse your actions as a supposed friend of Charlie. Like, I would, even if lots of people are making fun of Erika Kirk, which is objectively true, if you're Charlie's friend, you wouldn't be joining in on it. It's just the fact that lots of people are doing you too. Like, what? If one of my dear friends was getting roasted across the entire internet, I wouldn't join in on the roasting just because lots of people are doing it. Like, that's my friend. Like, I find this part crazy. The comedian thing itself, listen, I'm not gonna, I believe in everything being ones for kind. I think get it. I think comedy and stuff. Not for you if you don't mind, but I'm not just like a comedy. It is hypocritical to pro clutch when you laughed at jokes about AT and about what's is too far. It's like, I mean, either we have it and it's fair game, and then people can get and comedy at a festival, or they can't. And I would rather err side of everything being loud. But I was really and participants humiliation of Charlie. Nobody's her friend truly don't understand. But that's new. I've been struggling to understand that for months and months and months now. And I don't know. You guys will have to let me know what you think in the comments below.
All right, so lot of people are biased, you know. Let me see. That's my bad, y'all. I was saying a lot of people are biased. And I was looking, I was like, let me see. I see George Macon said something about it, but you know, I don't really trust his commentary on stuff. You know, I kind of lost respect for him with the whole Anton situation. He started running goofy content. I kind of know what black people are gonna say. They're gonna try to tap dance also. So she sued him though. I think this is fake news. I don't think she's suing him. How could she sue him?
Bro,
Because
this
he
just
didn't
got
say who it was. Even though you know who it was, you can insinuate. Can't sue him over that though.
serious. Like genuinely serious. Word is spreading online that Erika Kirk is allegedly looking to take legal action against Drewski over that viral skit. But just how true are these claims? The chatter online is getting so loud, we actually need to sit down and break down just how real these claims could be. The skit, the reaction, what close sources are saying, and now Druski breaking his silence. There is a lot more to this story than people are giving it credit for. Stay right in this video. You can decide for yourself just how far this thing could actually go. Alright, so if you missed the original story, let me catch you up real quick, because you need the full picture to understand why this is such a big deal right now. A couple days ago, Drewski dropped a skit titled How Conservative Women in America Act. Full prosthetics, blonde wig, white jacket, the whole production. The skit runs through a series of scenes: a patriotic rally with fireworks and American flags, a mock press conference about the Iran war, a Starbucks drive-thru ordering an organic pup cup, a faith testimony holding a Bible, and then the moment that broke everything. His character steps to a podium and talks about protecting white men in America. Behind him, a guard visibly reacts when the line lands. The clip spread everywhere instantly. Now here's the thing that is going to matter a lot when we talk about this legal angle. Drewski never once said the name Erika Kirk in that video. Not one time. He titled it How Conservative Women in America Act. Generalized. Broad. But the internet did not need a name. Within hours, people were posting the skit side by side with real Erika Kirk footage, and the comparisons were undeniable. Then someone asked Grok, X's built-in AI, to identify the person in a still from the skit, and it responded, Erika Kirk. Not Drewski in costume, just Erika Kirk. Racked up over 2 million views, and the skit itself, 119 million.
That new Druski skit that just came out dunked on Erika Kirk so hard. Holy shit, bro. Oh my God. He framed it as how conservative women act, but go watch the first clip and who do you think of? Who's the first person that come to mind? Erika Kirk is like mother to these conservative women, right? Like the Laura Loomers and the Kristen, Caitlyn, whatever, the White House press secretary. And Druski nailed it to a T. He nailed him to the cross. Always talking about, I love children. I love the Bible. Oh my God, that hurts so bad. And then their husband die and they start dancing the fireworks. He looks fucking terrifying. The makeup he put on looks terrifying, but like it's not a far cry off from how terrifying the makeup actually looks on, that they wear. That seriously might be some of his best work, and I already know they're gonna come for him. Oh, stop doing whiteface, Druski. It hurts because it's true. What they need to realize is it hurts because you got clocked. This is what the liberals call clocking your T. Your T got clocked. Someone's got to put Drewski in like witness protection for that. I ain't gonna lie.
Now let me really break down what was in this skit, because the detail matters here. Whoever did Drewski's wardrobe and makeup for this one award. People were saying it did not even look like him. Like, bro, it looked like a real person. The skin complexion, the facial expressions, the mannerisms, all of it was on point to a level that felt uncomfortably accurate. The skit opens with fireworks going off and 2 American flags while his character dances on stage. That right there is a direct nod to Charlie Kirk's massive memorial in Arizona. Then we get the mock Iran war press conference where his character dodges every hard question while talking about praying for soldiers. Then the Starbucks drive-thru, the Bible testimony, and then that podium moment where he says America needs to protect white men specifically. But here's the part that really connected everything for people online. Drewski also nailed her specific look into camera. That cold, direct stare that Erika Kirk has become known for in her public appearances. He studied it, he replicated it, and when people pulled up her real CBS interview footage next to his version, the reaction online was immediate. Side by side, the comparisons were almost frame for frame. That is when the conversation stopped being just about a funny skit and started being about something a lot more loaded. But here's the context that makes Drewski's whole position so much stronger. Because that skit did not come from nowhere. There was a very specific real-world moment that triggered all of this, and it happened just 2 weeks on March 11th. Erika Kirk Arkansas alongside governors. The event was expanding their Club America chapters into high schools and colleges across the state. Standard political movement stuff, right? But then Erika Kirk gets to the microphone and says word for word, "Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man." That clip went absolutely viral on X and TikTok the same day. People could not stop replaying it. The phrase young white male man became a meme overnight, and people were also clocking the fact that there was a black student standing directly behind her as she delivered that line, which just added another layer to the whole thing. So when Drewski's character steps up to that podium and talks about protecting white men in America, he was not making things up. He was reflecting her own words back at her. And within hours of the skit going live, people were posting the Arkansas footage side by side with Drewski's version. The comparison was too clean, too accurate, and that is exactly the argument Drewski's going to lean on hard legal conversation gets any more serious. Okay, so now let's actually get into the legal talk, because this is the part everybody wants to know about. Can Erika Kirk actually sue Drewski? And just how far could this realistically go? Close sources say Erika and the people around her are absolutely furious. The word being used behind closed doors is fuming. She finds the skit deeply offensive and disrespectful on multiple levels. As a political figure, as a public speaker, and as a widow who is still very much in a public grieving process. People close to the situation say the idea of pursuing some kind of legal action has been discussed, and the anger is very real. But here's where Drewski's silence-breaking moment becomes so important. Because when he finally addressed this whole situation, his response was essentially calm, unbothered, and calculated. And the core of what he said boils down to one thing. He never said her name. Not once. The skit was titled How Conservative Women in America Act. It was a generalized parody of a type of person, a political archetype, a public behavior pattern. There is no defamation claim if you never identified anyone. There is no impersonation lawsuit if you never named the person. The audience connected those dots themselves. Grok connected those dots. But Drewski, he just made a skit about conservative women. And legally speaking, that argument has teeth. Satire and parody are protected forms of expression. Public figures have a significantly higher bar to clear when it comes to defamation. And the fact that every single element of that skit was rooted in things Erika Kirk actually said and did in public makes the legal ground even shakier for anyone trying to come after him. He did not fabricate anything. He dramatized real public statements. Now, the internet reaction to all of this has been something else, because even before Talk started, people were already divided right down the middle on this skit. On one side, you had millions of people calling Drewski the absolute GOAT. Full of people, this was the funniest thing in all year. One post alone with over 500,000 views called him the GOAT for how he handled the whole thing. The positive energy around this skit was massive. But then on the other side, and this is what makes the story genuinely interesting, even people who love Drewski were uncomfortable. Conservative media personality John Root posted that it was completely disrespectful and pointed out that this is a woman whose husband was brutally assassinated. Right-wing journalist Dom Luker said some things go too far when it comes at the cost
He's getting more backlash.
Other fans in the
He's getting more backlash than the people that were dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave. Ain't that crazy? They gotta figure a way to cornhole it over to a black man. That shit was so weird. And then they buried him really quickly. And she went on parties and shit. The people that are getting mad at Drewski were the main ones that was championing him dying. They're happy that she fucked over Turning Point USA. Charlie wouldn't approve of any of this shit. It's crazy.
Bro, I love you, but this ain't it. And then there's the broader context that keeps feeding this whole cycle. Since Charlie Kirk was assassinated in September 2025, Erika Kirk has been at the center of a new internet moment almost every single week. The State of the Union, where Trump called Charlie a martyr and cameras cut to her face. Candace Owens pushing conspiracy theories about whether her grief is even genuine. Joe Rogan going on his podcast just 5 days before Druski's skit dropped and calling her an odd duck. Every single one of those moments built on the last one and made the next one hit harder. Druski's skit did not come out of nowhere. It was the latest wave in a cycle that has been building for months. So here's where we land. Erika Kirk is furious. Close sources confirm that. The legal talk is real, even if nothing is official yet. But Druski, he is calm, he is unbothered, and he built himself a very clean defense the moment he decided never to say her name. Whether this actually turns into a lawsuit or stays as internet noise, this story is not done. Not even close. The cycle that started when Charlie Kirk was killed has no signs of slowing down, and every new moment just feeds the next one. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think Erika has a case?
Hell no. That's what I'm saying. It was masterful. He's several steps ahead of her. You get in and get out. You know? Let me see what this girl's saying. I mean, Nene's always been, she a baddie. Let's see what this baddie is saying. I wonder if she brings it up, because so many people are behind. I be giving y'all the news in the game early. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Let's at least try to get 2 supporters on the show, y'all. Let's get at least 2 more supporters, y'all. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal.
Start the story on September 10th. And sure, if you look only at that day, there are plenty of strange details. The decoys, the police radio calls, the implausible wound to the neck. But here's the thing. When you start digging into the months leading up to it, the timeline starts getting weird. Really weird. Because before, there were strange meetings, suspiciously timed firings, confusing statements, and a handful of events that at the time...
And that's the goofy shit. People are still trying to make like conspiracy theory, all the phantom bullet and all this other stuff, bro. It's not that it's not that deep. Especially with what's going on after he got assassinated. It's really not that deep. He wasn't going to run for president or any of that shit. Like I said, I think it's still going to be Rubio and Vance, or Vance Rubio. Either or. I don't think she brings up Drewski.
Looked completely unrelated until you put them on the same timeline. Tonight, we're going to rewind the clock and start the story where it probably should have began in the first place. Hello everyone, if you're a new viewer, welcome. If you're a returning viewer, welcome back. If this is your second, third, or fourth time watching one of my videos and you're not yet subscribed...
Nene. Lord have mercy.
Bust all in there.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Subscribed. We already go together. Okay, make it official and hit that subscribe button. You can probably tell that my voice is a little hoarse. I am a bit sick. I'm actually traveling, and that's why I'm in a different environment. And I got sick traveling, so I'm doing my best, you guys. I'm doing my best. But today's video is not about me. It's about the Charlie Kirk case. In today's video, I'm going to be covering the Charlie Kirk case in a way that I haven't seen be covered by any other YouTube channel. I, like many of you watching, have been looking into this case for months now. I've been looking at the directors for all the TPUSA entities, looking at his in-laws, his now widowed wife, Crazy Eyes. I have looked at this from so many different angles. Was this done because people were caught stealing money from TPUSA? Was he taken out so that a new TPUSA CEO could be installed? Was this about a lucrative insurance policy, or what?
And did he have a widow? They try to say this guy doesn't exist. They even try to say the guy don't exist. It's like, bruh. When's the last time you heard from this guy? Last time I reported on him, he was in a turtle suit, and that's it. Conservative people be having Democrat kids. Let's go.
Was it really just some cross-eyed furry kid who, despite being cross-eyed, has impeccable aim?
Your powers of observation continue to serve you well.
I do have my own theory on what really happened, which I will explain at the end of this video. But before I tell you what I believe happened, I want to show you why this is my belief, and I want to tell you the story in chronological order to paint the clearest possible picture. So let's begin. We all know that Charlie was a proud and devout Christian, and as a Christian and as a conservative, he often stood on the side of the place where Jesus was born. I'm trying to be thoughtful with my word choice. I don't want my video to get shadow banned. So very early on in the video, I'm gonna try not to say the name of this country, but we all know who I'm talking about. Like I said, he was known for standing with that country, and so it was very surprising when 5 days after the October 7th attack, he said this during his visit to the PBD podcast.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate non-conspiracy question. I was texting with some senior people in the IDF, and they said, Charlie, can't say too much, but let's just say the same problem you have with the left in America, we have here in Israel. So there's something to think about. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli hard right government has a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Yep. I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay? But there are some serious questions here, Patrick. And let me tell you, pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right.
Charlie was one of the first, if not the first, high-profile conservative to point-blank ask this very provocative and reasonable question. And I think this was the...
What is the thing? They don't care if what he's saying is right. That's really not the fucking problem. Even though he's making points and he's bringing up controversial topics. That they don't care if he's making points and bringing up controversial topics, because people are just listening and watching. They're not really going to these places to say, hey, he's right, or this, that, and the third. And listen, It doesn't matter if they do. It's influence. You know what I'm saying? You have people that go to those places and will see the truth right in front of them. And it don't mean shit. But if you have enough influence to make people believe a lie or a truth, that's where people don't like it. They would rather you believe the lie, because it don't even make sense for you to believe the truth even if you see it or know it to be the truth. They just want people to believe the lie. And it ain't even about if you believe the lie or you're in possession of the truth. It's if you have influence. The lie don't mean shit to people nowadays unless somebody with influence is throwing it out there. The truth don't mean shit to people nowadays unless that person is influential. I just showed y'all that with Fatty and Fanny.
What's the matter, Daddy?
I just showed y'all that and Fanny and Milcan. On a micro level. Meaning that you could be right. Everything you say is correct. But if you're outnumbered and people take somebody's word over yours, it don't even matter if you're telling the truth. Because people will be scared to say other people are wrong. And then they like those people and stuff like that. So telling the truth don't even matter. Even on a micro level. I'm showing y'all with podcasting. You know, I don't give a damn about quote unquote me having influence. It's not about me having influence. But I'm eloquently showing you how it works on a smaller level so you guys can get a grasp on how it works on a bigger level. People will stare the truth right in the face and don't believe it because somebody more influential or that they like said something completely different. It's the ostrich putting his head in the sand and forgetting that its whole ass is out. And then wondering why its dick gets slapped in the dirt. Pause. So I showed y'all earlier, I have facts, I have history, I have everything back and everything that I said. Even on the same show, I showed y'all how I got gaslighted into oblivion and it didn't matter because whoever was talking had more influence. People will swallow a nothing burger. If the right people are talking and they quote unquote have influence and they're running the program. So it didn't matter if Charlie Kirk was telling the truth or not. They just don't want somebody that has influence to be speaking. Because they can get you to believe in a lie or the truth, either or. So it's amazing.
The first time the public got to see that Charlie's views on this country and this country's government was more nuanced than we previously thought. Not too long after this, on October 23rd, he was texting with his longtime friend Candace Owens, and she has since shared these messages. Charlie, there are some verses in the Talmud that will blow your mind. Candace, I'm aware of them. Charlie, the Talmud is not biblical, but it's their rabbinical interpretations of Judaism. Shh. Candace, I did a deep
A lot of that shit is they're good at keeping dates and tracking when things
dive
happen.
1 week. Charlie, thought crime. Candace, yep. So clearly Charlie's views on this subject are not as black and white as the public previously thought. And mind you, That text conversation took place just a few weeks after his appearance on the PBD podcast. On May 2nd, 2025, Charlie Kirk allegedly sent a 7-page letter to the six-finger bandit Benjamin Netanyahu. According to Bibi and Andrew Colvett, the letter is authentic, and in the letter, Charlie warns Bibi that his country, Bibi's country, was losing support with Gen Z, and he gives recommendations to Bibi for how he can win the information war. After Charlie's death, this
What's going on, Chaos?
letter was used in an attempt to prove that Charlie's support for that country was unwavering and absolute, but it clearly was way more nuanced. Many people don't mention that 2 days after this letter was allegedly sent to Bibi, Charlie tweeted this: "Tomorrow the House will vote on H.R. 867, a bill that will criminalize private boycotts of Israel, fines up to $1 million, and prison time up to 20 years. Bills like this only create more anti-Semitism and play into growing narratives that Israel is running the U.S. government. In America, you are allowed to hold differing views. You are allowed to disagree and protest. We've allowed far too many people who hate America move here from abroad, but the right to speak freely is the birthright of all Americans. This bill should not pass. Any Republican that votes for this bill will expose themselves. We will be watching very closely." So clearly, Charlie didn't support this bill. Despite supposedly writing that letter to Bibi Netanyahu about winning the information war on behalf of Israel, just 2 days later, he's publicly tweeting that people should be allowed to disagree with Israel and should be allowed to boycott them. Something else that Charlie was openly against was America going to war with Iran. This, of course, was something that Benjamin Netanyahu has been pushing for decades, along with many other neocons.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could year.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved.
So that was for what Trump is already doing. Where they try to paint it that, oh, well, he's doing this out of nowhere. No, there was people that was already for what Trump is doing. Now, I've gone on record to say that Charlie Kirk might have disagreed with some of the stuff. I think he probably wouldn't have agreed with the Venezuela situation. But I'm pretty sure he would agree with this Iran thing, you know.
To make a bomb very quickly, if they wanted to.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of bombs.
They're very close. 6 months away from being about 90% of having the...
Nigga was saying this shit back in 2015. Damn, they got him back in 95 saying this shit. Niggas don't.
Rich uranium for an atom bomb. Iran to produce 25 bombs, 250 bombs in a decade.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
Back in the spring and summer of 2025, this was once again a topic of conversation, and Charlie was very clear that he didn't agree with America engaging in war with Iran.
Our MAGA base does not want a war at all whatsoever. They want U.S. involvement.
And see, I think this would have been because there's a lot of people, Republican side and the MAGA side, that said Trump turned his back on them, or he's not listening to them, and whoop-de-whoop and blah blah blah. They're not happy with it. Even Myron, out of all people, even Myron was against it. Myron absolutely was against it.
They do not want the United States engaged. Siren song of displacing dictators and lands we do not understand and we have no business running. The worst possible case scenario is Iran says, okay, you humiliated us, you killed all of our leaders. we're going to go make this a regional mess and try to get as many people involved as possible. They're going to go after Americans. They're going to go after Saudis. They're going to go after everybody imaginable just to create a big mess and to try to draw the world into it. But I can say concretely, here's where I stand and where the MAGA base stands. We do not want U.S. boots on the ground. We do.
And it's the thing. They try to make it seem like the manosphere is all MAGA when it's not true. When there's a lot of Democrats in the manosphere and daughter dads and all kinds of things going on in the manosphere that people don't know. Let's go. And you got the new people coming in here repeating talking points wrong as ever. You know, they haven't even been in these spaces or defend anything in these spaces long enough to even come to these conclusions. But they want to talk like they're me or you. When they haven't sat in for any of these, conversations and have no earthly idea of what they're talking about.
Not want American kinetic involvement. This is Israel's war. Amongst the Washington, D.C. and neoconservative, neo-imperialist class, especially in the Republican Party, they've kind of shifted gears here. They've shifted gears from Iran should not have a nuclear weapon to Iran should not have an Ayatollah. First, it was that Israel is going to take out the nuclear weapon. And then it was, well, America is going to help Israel take out the nuclear weapon. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences.
So Charlie very clearly did not support war with Iran. Not only did he say this publicly, but on many occasions he was...
And the fucked up part is that a lot of the people that claimed that they hated him didn't know what he stand for, and he was literally saying some of the same things that they were saying. Part of the internet they don't show y'all is a bunch of goofy people that came back later and was like, I said some things about Charlie Kirk, and I was kind of wrong about some of the stuff I said about that guy. That guy, he was actually trying to. It was like, man, nigga, shut the fuck up. You already proved that, you know what I'm saying, you would jump out the window for content purposes before making sense, before you already proved that you have a, what's the word I'm looking for? You already proved that you have a faulty knee-jerk reaction, Why do boxers and fighters, they build muscle memory? Remember we were talking about microfractures and stuff like that? New used to reassert that saying. Remember back in the day, New used to reassert the saying that, the Bruce Lee saying, fear the man that, what is it? Is the same kick 10,000 times. That saying from back in the day, Bruce Lee. Not the man that knows 10,000 kicks, the man that practiced that one kick 10,000 times. Mastered it, go pro. Well, why do fighters do that? They do that so when they flinch, they just automatically block. Not flinch and then get their leg cut off. And it's sad that the people that flinch and get their leg cut off, they're the ones that have the influence, which is crazy. This is why a lot of people were so upset that a lot of people actually agreed with Charlie Kirk when they actually listened to him. Black people in particular. that, you know, the lane gets muddied up because you got so many people talking about politics because Donald Trump is in office. And they skip over local politics and go straight to the top. You dig? What's going on, Insane One? As always, good to see you, my brother. Real big player in the building. Shout outs to Insane One again. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. I'm doing the Lord's work. I'm telling you, man, a lot of people disagreed with Charlie Kirk today. Really, it took some fucked up shit for them to have to do their research, and they're like, damn, you know what? I actually agree with him on that point, you know? Hell, even Nick Fuentes that didn't like him. Nick, I give Nick Fuentes, Nick gave him about a week and a half, maybe a month of grace. And that was the same thing what happened to him. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all might not like Myron, but Myron is still brave to be going out and be doing these damn school, you know, school debates and stuff, you know. Shit crazy. But let's go. It's player talk.
Having these same conversations with Trump privately, and Charlie is someone who had proximity and influence on Trump.
Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the...
Now, this is cap. Charlie wasn't one of Trump's closest advisors, but they were definitely acquainted with each other and you know, liked each other and everything. And some of the stuff that was going on during the election, you know, these people, they build up a fan base. They get people together. They cultivate a fan base. You know, they build their relationships with the presidents and, you know, and politicians and stuff like that. And they kind of are a conduit to certain, you know, policies and politics that's going on. And they get these people together and yeah, they get them to or vote or secure a certain amount of votes and stuff. You know, so they play a role in getting people elected and, you know, and things like that, you know. Because Charlie Kirk wasn't going to run for president. But he had a, you know, a political, I wouldn't necessarily say aura, but he died like a politician. He died like a president. Like, he had the, you know, you would think that he was a high-ranking member in you know, in politics. But that's not what it was. It was his influence. It was his influence. He was no different than a YouTuber that, you know, that chose to speak on politics and, you know, getting interviews, getting into rooms, doors, meeting with people and stuff like that. But he wasn't a politician. Does that make sense? But he has influence and he has, you know, friends in high places. He gets around discussions people normally wouldn't be around. Again, going back to what I tell you, influence. It's a different game now. People don't care if you're telling the lie or the truth. It's if you have influence. That's the name of the game. Again, I eloquently showed you on today's show, again, how I was engaging in a goofy ass debate. And I was absolutely correct and I was absolutely right. And using common sense, and none of that shit meant a goddamn thing, because guess what? Influence, or somebody controlling a show. Somebody had more influence or perceived influence than I did. In an arena where people didn't know me or may have known of me, but that wasn't enough. People was telling you, oh, these people are trying to brainwash us, and oh, these people are trying to stick computer chips in us and all that other stuff. Humans have a high sense of, I don't even know what to call it nowadays. Like, humans believe that people need to go out of their way to drug them. Oh, people need to go out of their way to chip us because we're just so smart. People need to sneak around and do, man, they'll do that shit dead in front of your face and there ain't shit you can do about it. People need to go behind your back and chip you. They'll chip you right in front of your face. What are you gonna do about it? You ain't gonna do shit. The crazy thing is that humans are advanced. We are very smart. But then again, we're not. We're still animals. We're not really as far from our animalistic tendencies like we like to think we are, because we're quote unquote social. As a matter of fact, the phone actually set us back, to tell you the truth. The phone will put you in a primal animal state. Like I said, the phone is here to sedate. But the phone will keep you in a primal animal state. Real talk. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Support good content. Ain't nobody here talking to y'all and giving y'all the game like this, man. Day in and day out, I work hard and give y'all fruit for thought. You know? Please support the show. And not let this be in vain. So like I said, it's about influence. You can go somewhere, you can do your research, you can be dead right, and it doesn't matter. If somebody has more perceived influence, people, they won't even self-police themselves. They'll just turn a blind eye. They'll just override it. And why you need to be aware of this is because you're going to see it on a smaller level, and you're going to see it on a bigger level. And you're going to feel like, you know, it's all fun and games until it's starting to affect you. You know what I'm saying? Like feminism and racism and all that shit, it was fun and games. All fun and games with black people until it started affecting other people. You know, people think that they're minding their business. They're like, oh man, I'm minding my business. So, you know, that's their problem, not our problem. Oh, until it is. Until it is. You know? And people always about, you know, Africa, and you know, their tethers and other stuff. You know, they sold us. That's the big one that y'all hear. Some of y'all don't do y'all history to know. Oh, they sold us, and the black people, and that's how the slaves got over here, and blah blah blah. And it's like, them niggas was surrounded. You know, them niggas was surrounded. They told about y'all whereabouts and stuff like that, and other people came in and start taking over. And niggas was like, you know what? That ain't our problem. They're gonna have to deal with it, not us. They're not coming over here to take our land. And then it happened so much till they were surrounded, and it's like, oh damn, now we're surrounded. And then got their shit took. You know, so don't see an injustice and not speak up. Think at some point. Or your offspring. So I've helped and worked very hard and long days and long nights, you know, doing what I do to be able to bring brothers and sisters together and give everybody a voice. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's wrong. Even if, you know, I mean, at some point eventually, even if I would get pushed out of a space that I helped build and my influence get reduced to nothing by newcomers that can make it seem like they're packaging it better. You understand what I'm saying? That I can be shown disrespect in the place that I helped build to give other people a voice. You understand what I'm saying? That I would get my own voice turned down in a space like that. You know? What I'm explaining to you guys is that now that we're in a position where we can all speak and anybody can grab a microphone and pretend to be me or whoever else, what I'm saying is that now they have to change the game. They have to change the game. So now it's about squandering, you know, people. It's about influence. It's about who has more influence. And if you guys read and you guys, you know, have any, you know, you read any literature or you have, you know, you read a book and stuff like that, and, you know, you've sharpened your quote unquote comprehension skills and stuff like that. I'm giving y'all a new muscle to flex and understand that now you have to really use your wisdom. You know, really use your brain now in a day and age where you can Google and chat GPT stuff. Now you got to use what you actually know. And the crazy part is that you actually have to know something, because now you may have to question who you're actually influenced by. You may have to incorporate your own litmus test. You know, you got to be like, damn, you know what? Being that somebody straight on truth not be believed, or people can hear, how does that make them? Saying even on a bigger scale. And what does that say for the truth? If you can see this happening to me on a smaller scale, that I'm right, I explained everything. What's going on, Shinobi? I everything. I said that everything was correct. Whether people wanted to do their research or not, it didn't matter because of my, what you call it, perceived influence. So what I'm saying, use an example in a situation like this. Didn't matter how right or wrong he was, where he traveled, what he saw. People don't want you to have influence. Didn't matter if he was going to lead you to the truth or a lie. It was the fact that he is doing it. So what I'm saying is that now that we have a voice, they change up the game. Now the game is changed. So it ain't even about having a voice anymore. It's about who has more influence. If you have more influence, you can lead a bunch of people off a cliff. It kind of been like that. You guys ever seen cult followings? Like you got Jim Jones, Nature Boy, Africa Bambaataa. It's always for the internet. Somebody's influence, you know what I'm saying, will cause people and smart people not to use their fucking brain. So I'm giving you guys an extra set of ears. I'm blessing you guys with an extra set of ears. And this is something that a content creator will never tell you in these spaces. So let's go.
The Oval Office.
And it's just sad because black people always leave the real people and their scholars out to dry. Our scholars are not celebrated. There's no way in hell in the black community a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing should die broke. Or a Claude Anderson. Or a Runoko Rashidi. With all the black loyalty being weaponized against us.
In the lead up to the 12-day war, I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing in the stairway. And I said hi to him and he looked me in the eye and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran." Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that, it's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
Given where we are today in 2026 with nonsensical war that Trump is engaging in with Iran, despite everyone advising him against it, it's not hard to believe that getting someone like Charlie Kirk out the way would have been advantageous to one particular group of people representing one particular cause. Do you hear something?
I feel, and I cannot say
and this is what Candace Owens talked
for sure, but I feel that something was watching and it felt the clock ticking and its opportunity to finally bring about this war, which I think Netanyahu said he's been dreaming of for 40 years.
He did say that.
So something wanted this war to happen, and there was the perception that the opportunity, the window was closing, so it had to be brought about quickly. Given how public Charlie was on this topic, I can't help but wonder. Now, obviously that will sound crazy to many people, that something would have even considered such a thing. But I will say that after Charlie was killed, Benjamin Netanyahu very quickly denied responsibility for it. I was shocked by this.
So Charlie Kirk, this massively influential figure running this multi-million-dollar organization that is taking money from Zionist donors, was saying things that they didn't like. He was pushing back on going to war with Iran, but he was also pushing back on the Israeli influence in America. And he did this by not only expressing criticisms of Israel's foreign policy when it came to Iran, but he repeatedly platformed individuals who were critical of Israel and questioned Epstein's ties to Mossad. Take, for example, on July 12, 2025, when he invited Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly to be guest speakers at his TPUSA event in Tampa, and they said this:
"He wasn't one of ours."
So he was an American, which leads basically three options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad.
Yep.
Which one would you choose?
I guess Mossad, given his connection.
And this is the thing, they didn't like that he didn't have to get invited to their shit. Avoid, and he can control a narrative, you know. So like I said, when you have a voice and you can do certain things to your shit, you can get orders, and you can host your own grand stage. And this is what I was trying to tell these idiots in the fucking manosphere. I was trying to tell y'all, you know, we need to have our own shit. You know, we don't, you know, before mainstream media came in and all these new people come in and took over and really watered down our message and then start knocking down walls and bastardizing stuff, that we needed to have our own narrative, even to combat the new people coming in. That was one of the biggest things I've said. Because I said we need to be able to control our own shit. Because even the media will start sending people in and that look like us and water down our message. Literally, I was talking about this vehemently. Because before COVID happened, they were gonna send people, you know, other people were planning on coming in here anyway and taking over. We were gonna get replaced. YouTube wanted a lot of television personalities to come on board and replace us and infiltrate us. A lot of y'all are gonna conveniently pretend like, you know, like I wasn't talking about that stuff. When you can easily, not even you, I can easily go back and play it word for word. So the manosphere has been infiltrated, you know, because they don't want stuff like this to happen. You know, I was telling y'all why they had to get rid of Alex Jones and Farrakhan and stuff like that. People that can actually invite people to their events. So you're not being filtered out and controlled by them bringing you on and editing you out and controlling the narrative. You can actually be heard. And if you make sense, you make sense. And again, it didn't matter if you were telling the truth or talking about some bullshit. It's about influence. It's not about if you're telling the truth or talking about some bullshit. As a matter of fact, they rather you talk about some bullshit. Bullshit makes money. When you tell men the truth, it controls money. Not in the sense of and keeping it somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what's going on with you guys. And they got to stop people like me telling you guys, like, listen, bro, there is no male loneliness epidemic. They need you guys to participate because they know you have money in your pocket. And they need those dollars to circulate around in the economy for their own reasons. You dig? What's going on, Jay? So it's a really bad thing when men aren't, you know, participating, you know? Even now, they got a narrative that they're running with now saying that, you know, and because women are blaming men, you know, for low birth rates and stuff like that, you know? It's men's fault that women aren't getting pregnant, and a lot of them are being denied their biological imperative, you know, their biological, you know, right to be a mother and all this other stuff. Like, a lot of stuff is getting blamed on men. Oh, why aren't men catcalling women anymore? Goofy shit. So somewhat and it's not even righteous. Somewhat now you guys are starting to see they're going after women. You understand what I'm saying? And they're turning around and blaming men. Oh, women are getting put on child support now. Oh, women are, and that's the bad thing with women. Because they know where the money's at. They know where the money's at. So they got to lean into the gender war just a little bit more. Because they know where the money's at. They know who they can emotionally make spend money. Women, for the longest time, they were whistleblowers. They were whistleblowers for the law. Dragging the baby daddy down the court. That's why they get rewarded. They make more money. They make the government more money. Common sense would tell you, hey, they do all these tests on you when you're pregnant. Why not have a mandatory birth test? Because if they do, guess what? The government loses money. You knowing if that kid is yours or not, they benefit from it. Whether you find out later and you're still on the hook for it, they profit off of that. So yeah, wouldn't you hate somebody that's telling men, hey, you need to do this? Hey, don't get caught up in this. Hey, you might want to approach this like this. Why the hell would they tell you? Listen, in America, if you look at a commercial and they show you a product that's healthy for you and it airs on TV, it's not good for you. They're now finding out, oh, Red Bull and all these energy drinks, they're causing baldness. They're not trying to help you. If they help you, they lose money. If the Terminex man, if the Orkin man, your house out of the bug house, if he does a job, he's out of a job. If he does a good job, he's out of a job. This is why they like, y'all see what happened in Houston. They like diseases that keeps the host alive. You can't pay if you dead. If they don't find something else or better that they can hold you to, they're not going to find a cure. That's why now HIV has a Magic Johnson been had the cure. You just have to have the money. All of this shit works, man. The elites, they know this stuff. All of this shit works. It's just until it affects somebody in their family, it's like, all right, now we kind of got to bend the rules a little bit. If you have money. So like I said, everything, it changes, They don't even care if you're telling the truth. It's about influence. So they got to get people out of the way. That's why it's important to support people like myself and other people that are really telling y'all the real shit and giving y'all the game. Don't wait till it's
Connection to Ghislaine Maxwell.
So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove and it's getting buried because...
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing. Interest of time, let's get to the boring stuff first.
Okay.
Do you have any opinion on the Epstein situation?
You know, I'll be on with Ben Shapiro. I think enough, we don't need to know more. So the real scandal here is who he was working for and where the money came from. That's the actual scandal. And no one will say anything about it because the answer...
Was it American intelligence?
No.
Was it Saudi intelligence? Was it British intelligence?
It was Israeli intelligence. It's still a foreign country, and it's a fair question to ask. Were you...
And they don't like when people are having open conversations like this. Because this is even worse than a controlled conversation, because no matter what you do, if you talk about something openly, casually, like in conversation like this, it'll lead you wide open. Slip. All right?
You're running a blackmail scheme in our country. And I think like, we're not going to tell you. And it's like, well, so why are we sending you all this money every year if you're actually running a criminal enterprise like they were, then you question, and no American citizen should be embarrassed to ask that. It doesn't make you a hater or a wacko. There are some people, I think, administration who are like, yeah, really, Jeffrey Epstein, like, is that the biggest thing going on in the world right now? And I think they sort of missed, not all, but some, that it's a metaphor for everything. It's like, how do all these people get so rich in the first place? Not just Jeffrey Epstein, but like, how did Bill Ackman get so rich? Is he really like a market genius? Is he? Is he like $9 billion smart? I know I'm not.
At the same event, some woman who spells her own name wrong, Michelle Bachmann. I know her name is Michelle, but because she only spells her name with one L, I'm going to call her Michelle. Anyways, Michelle Bachmann also spoke at this event, and it didn't go well when she started lecturing to the audience about the need to support the little country. Booed her, and many people walked out of her speech. This obviously upset her, and it upset Charlie's Zionist donors. In particular, it upset this woman, Lori Cardoza, most to TikTok.
With his and his mocking laugh, they were horrified by what they saw. I had 3 couples reach out to me who had been to the Turning Point USA in Tampa a couple weeks ago. They called me and said they were horrified by what they saw. Horrified. They saw Tucker Carlson get up and act like another crazy person, talking, condemning Israel, praising Qatar with his mocking voice and his mocking laughter. So Tucker gets up and speaks at this conference in Tampa, TPUSA, and right after him comes Michelle Bachmann. Michelle has 5 minutes to make an argument for why we have to stand with Israel to these young people at TUSA. When she starts talking in that conference about supporting Israel and why America should stand with Israel, the people in the audience start booing her. I spoke with her personally. She said 10% in the room got up and walked out on her. That is shameful. Then Charlie, this is his event, he's responsible for what people are saying and doing. Tucker for what he said about Israel and how dangerous Qatar is to us? No. Did Charlie get up and defend Michelle Bachmann? Did he condemn the people that got up and walked out on her and that booed her? Did he say why we stand with Israel, we support Israel? No, he didn't. That tells us everything that we need to know.
So Lori wanted everyone to know that she was pissed about Charlie not sticking up for Michelle, but allegedly, she also voiced her frustrations to Charlie directly. Candace Owens received a copy of texts that were sent to Charlie after that TPUSA event in Tampa, and internet sleuths have deduced that Lori Cardoza Moore is the author behind those texts.
I'm going to now read you an unhinged text message that Charlie received, this time from a female Christian donor. All of the people that trusted you, Jews and Christians, including me, why would you platform anti-Semites like Candace and Tucker? There are many evangelical Christian Zionists who would never give these people the opportunity to spew their hatred. I'm one of them. You say people are accusing you.
But Bill Turning Point USA, what the fuck? And people do that too. They'll want you to get rid of people that help build what the hell you have. Start coming in and start making rules and stuff like that. And honestly, you got to be careful with women in politics, because sometimes they don't even care about they don't even care about half that shit. They just want their way in politics, or want to be the only woman in the room with a say so. You know what I'm saying? So they just go after other women, whether they know what they stand for or not. It's just, you know, get that woman out the room. So you be the only one in the room that looks like you know what you're talking about optics wise.
You of being an anti-Semite because you disagree with the Israeli government. Well, what is it exactly that you disagree with? You threatened Jews and Christians with your 30 million followers. Are you kidding? Be very careful, Charlie. You are in violation of the 9th commandment by bearing false witness against your brother Judah. When was the last time you read your Bible, Charlie? I'm coming to you as a believer. Genesis 12:3, Obadiah and
it's funny because motherfuckers that don't even read the Bible always try to use it when it fits their narrative. This has been happening since the beginning of time, the perversion of the Bible. Since even before Constantine II.
Many more prophets warned that those who curse Israel will be cursed. Your TPUSA Tampa event was a disaster. Michelle Bachmann was booed, and about 10% walked out on her when she talked about standing with Israel. You brag about how you convinced all these young voters to vote for Trump, but you can't convince them to stand with our Jewish brethren. This is not a joke, Charlie. I'm coming to you as a sister in faith. You have accomplished so much by the hand of the Almighty, but he is going to lift his hand from you. Don't fall for Tucker, Candace, and the rest. The Jews are under attack. God warns us in the last
some idiot with a gun to do what he did, and it will prove wrong people, not necessarily right, but it will make them look like they're right. Again, influence. Some goofy kid with a gun, with his grandpa's gun, or I think his dad's gun or whatever, can strengthen somebody else's influence.
That he will wipe out the descendants of Edom because they stood by while the brothers.
Again, remember, I thoroughly told y'all, they don't have to be right and they don't have to be wrong. Doesn't matter. Influence.
Was held in captivity and did nothing. Don't be counted among the Edomites.
Okay, imagine that. Influence made him pull a trigger. Not fact.
It will be to your girl as well as the unfinished work God to do through you.
So we know that we're not happy, but more happened. The day after Michelet got booed off stage, Charlie had more speakers. Josh Hammer did a debate against Dave Smith, and here's a little bit of how that went.
Is Israel an ally of the United States? Yeah.
But there's no this is a third world country in the Middle East that does not have nuclear weapons, does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, does not have an air force capable of hitting us with anything.
Now look at how this was done before the war in Iran, and look at how this has aged. You know, these questions, right? Look at how this has aged. people are like, oh, well, why are we fighting their war? And, you know, they're not really good friends. They're using America. Listen. For America, do say if there's nothing in it for them also. So you know what they usually call this? They usually call it a quote-unquote proxy war. But guess what? We're beyond proxy. You know? We directly woven ourselves into this war. So there's things in it for America that definitely is not being talked about or put on the forefront. We don't, and you know what? At this point, when they were talking about it, somebody could go up on that stage and say, hey, well, hey, we're gonna do it for oil. Right? Somebody could have got up on the stage right now and say, okay, well, why is America gonna attack Iran? Well, they have oil, they have crude oil. And at this point, if somebody was to say that, to a certain degree, it's like, oh, well, that's a reason. But look at how it played out. We got Venezuela. We are dealing oil. We the niggas with the oil now. I mean, obviously, America always had oil, but we just go after other people because we're an isolated incident, you know? We need to keep that reserve of oil for the future. So it's in our best interest to keep our reserve and not spend extra money trying to pull it out and use it when we don't know how things are going to turn out later on in the world, you know? Nuclear war and all kinds of different stuff, or divides and stuff like that. Right. Do trade and commerce with other people, be in their business. Whoop-de-whoop. But look how quick everything has changed. Now we have oil, and guess what? We still went and attacked Iran because there's something in it for us. And it wasn't a proxy war. It was direct. We start talking about boots on the ground and everything. There's something in it for us, whether they're telling the American people or not. Now, I think that if Charlie Kirk was still alive, he probably wouldn't agree. Or maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong. You know, I could be wrong. He probably would be in agreement. But see how things have to play out and things have to form for it to start to make sense? So.
This is Israel's problem.
Do you think it would be bad if Iran got a nuclear bomb?
Yes, I think it's bad. I think it's bad.
And I think we can all agree on that. That is a moral agreement.
I don't think anybody should be allowed to have nuclear weapons secretly.
Right. And so,
how about that?
I will ask Josh about that, because that's a not so subtle dig at Israel. However,
hold on. Are you suggesting that Israel has nuclear weapons?
I don't know, actually. They probably do.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know the intelligence. I'm not that of DNI, but I mean, they probably do.
So Dave Smith was very critical of the Israeli government, very critical of wars in the Middle East, especially critical of war with Iran, and the audience was largely on his side. And it pissed off donors and Zionists that Charlie Kirk even allowed Dave Smith to speak at this event. But despite...
See, that's the thing. When you're into politics, or you are not necessarily a politician, but you present yourself as like, hey, you know, I'm somewhat the authority on this topic, and I may know a little bit more than the average human being or the average person talking on this topic, but I'm not a politician, right? Then you have people that'll be skeptics and they'll be like, oh, well, do they have? You know, since you're so for them, you should know more than you're quote unquote leading on. See, so it's a lot up for speculation.
The backlash, Charlie Kirk continued to platform individuals who weren't fully in support of Israel. On July 25th, 2025, he published a video of a focus group he did with young conservatives, and here are a few moments from that video.
We're going to play a word association test. What's the first word that comes to mind when you hear Israel?
Judaism.
Aid.
Netanyahu.
Dollars.
Liability.
Sacred.
Tax dollars.
Conflict.
Complex. Controversial.
Scary.
Strategic. Mossad.
So, Mossad, of all the different things that would come to mind, why does their intelligence service come to mind?
Reminds me of the CIA. You know, it has the CIA, you have the CIA involved with RFK. I mean, there's rumors going around maybe Mossad was a part of the Epstein files, if maybe Mossad was a part of things that we don't know about. And they're just like the Central Intelligence Agency, they are out there doing things that none of us know about.
If you call everyone an anti-Semite, if they don't take a puritanical view of the Netanyahu government, then I think it's bad for everybody. And I found this now over 13 years. It's a great truism you guys can learn for the rest of your life. Anybody that tells you we have a messaging problem, you should go a step deeper and ask another question. Being like, what, are you actually doing something wrong? Or are you bad at messaging it? Because people that are doing bad stuff will sometimes be like, well, we're just not presenting it correctly. Sometimes that's true. Or sometimes there actually might be something beneath the surface.
So just to recap, in late spring and early summer, Charlie Kirk was aggressively advocating against war with Iran. He was urging Donald Trump to exercise restraint, and he did this publicly, and he did this privately in conversations with Trump. On June 22nd, 2025, Operation Midnight Hammer happens, also known as the 12-Day War. Israel bombs Iran. Trump also orders strikes on Iran from the US military. And once again, Charlie Kirk is one of the voices urging for it to not go any further. This, as we all know, is something that Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want. He wants a full change regime war in Iran, and he has wanted it for like 40 years. The point that I'm trying to make is that Charlie was creating enemies back in the summer of 2025. But something else that also started happening around this time are some very interesting Google searches.
When was the first time you heard the name Tyler Robinson or the Losi Center? A Mauser 98. For me, and I assume many of you, it was in the days and weeks after Charlie Kirk's tragic assassination on September 10th. But what if I told you somebody, maybe multiple somebodies, were searching those terms before September 10th?
Before the shooting. Well, there's Washington, D.C.
All right, so the narrative that they're trying to paint is that the kid was a trained, they said he was part of the militia. They said he was trained. Now, even when I was telling you guys about that the shooting, I was like, it was a good shot. I gave you guys the difference. I shoot guns. Well, I haven't shot a gun in a minute. I actually did want to go to the shooting range out here, but that shit is expensive. But I was telling you guys about the guy that did the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, how he was using an AR-15. And the AR-15 is not necessarily, its single shot is really good, by the way, but it's not necessarily a ranged weapon. Like you don't really use an AR-15 for no sniper shit. Even though it's still formidable, but it's really not, It's more of a close quarters to medium range to a little bit lengthy type of weapon. It's not necessarily meant to snipe people, but it does operate well with length, with distance, but not the type of distance that these people were going for, and then, somebody can argue and say, well, Kuda, if you use, different types of bullets, yeah, of course, obviously. But an AR-15 is not a sniper rifle. A sniper rifle is not a fucking AR-15. You know what I'm saying? So the dude tried to, and people was still talking about Trump should have died. Let me tell you something. The type of assassination attempt that Trump did, that's God right there. I hate to be the bearer of good news, but that's God right there. To turn your head at a split second before someone pulls a trigger like that, that's God. That's God right there. Because once they hit that button, it's only like a half a second, a split second, till that bullet hits its target. And you literally would have seen a bullet go in sideways into the president's head. And the fire rate of that AR-15, I don't think there would have been a exit wound. I think that bullet would have just sat in its in his head. Going from that length. And then at the same time, what you have to factor in, with a gun like that and how it's shooting that bullet, or what type of bullets being shot out of that, that AR-15. You have to factor in, the length, the travel of the bullet, and obviously the wind and all that other stuff. But you have to estimate bullet drop. There's a thing called bullet drop, y'all. And bullet drop means, okay, well, the distance, how long that bullet's gonna be in the air to a certain degree is gonna affect how much gravity hits it. So it would drop. You know what I'm saying? And also with the power, the caliber of the rifle, how the bullet is coming out the chamber, how much force is behind it to propel it. So with the gun that the kid used with Charlie Kirk, he's on a roof, and you got to also factor in that he's aiming downward. You know what I'm saying? He's not shooting across. He's aiming downward. So being that he's aiming downward also, you still got to factor in bullet drop. So he very well could have been aiming for Charlie Kirk's head. Nobody aims for the neck, to tell you the truth. Nobody aims for the neck. You're not, of course they use that rifle to hunt deer, but you're not hunting a deer. You're hitting a human being. So like I said, he could have been very well aiming for Charlie Kirk's head. And just at the angle he was and where it was, it plucked him like really hard in the neck. Especially at an angle like that, you definitely not aiming for no goddamn neck. It makes no sense. You might as well just aim for the chest. And then crazy enough, as much as, as a high caliber rifle like that, the bullet, there's supposed to be an exit wound. There was no exit wound. So you have a lot of people say, conspiracy theorists. Oh, the guy behind him. Oh, somebody gave him a signal. Everybody's going to be saying every and anything. I just think it was a good shot, there's really not much you can say. Where he was, Charlie Kirk was kind of like diagonal, to where that kid was and how he was aiming. Charlie Kirk was literally diagonal. The bullet was gonna go in at an angle anyway. So when it hit his neck, it went in at an angle. Even facing downward, you know? So the bullet was still found in his neck. The bullet, that's another thing too with those type of bullets. The bullets will bounce around in your body also. Mind y'all. It'll bounce around. It can hit a bone and then start ricocheting in your body. Guns, like, you get shot with something like that, they'll literally find a bullet in your lung or in your side when they do the autopsy, because the bullet it bounces around. Damn near the dude behind him, he lucky he didn't get hit with it in his like foot or a leg or some shit. So Charlie got hit with the real deal, you know. But I don't think the guy
at 11 a.m. the day before the Charlie shooting. See here where the news finally broke that it was in fact Tyler James Robinson. But that's weird. That's weird.
You guys have heard. Once it's happened, this is coincidence, is enemy action.
That's the medical examiner. It is a woman named Dr. Deidre Weiss Amaro, and she blew in from California. She was announced as the new state medical examiner in May of 2024.
She's the coroner.
So I'm interested in learning as much as I can about this medical examiner. I'd like to know more about this medical examiner.
You know who else wanted to know more about Dr. Deidre Amaro? It's our friends over there in the state of Israel. But check out this date, June 30th, 2025. A sudden spike.
I know this is a little bit off topic, but I forgot. There was another dude that used to follow Charlie Kirk around, and they would troll him. And I forgot, there was like I think he was on his podcast, and it was like a call, and they were like still like taking in the news that Charlie Kirk died. And this girl called into his show, and she was like, "Did you hear what happened with Charlie?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he's like, he was telling her like, cause she was on the phone. He's like, "Don't say much." And she was like, "Dude, we're so fucked." I'm not gonna lie, I was laughing at that shit there because it was funny. She said, "Dude, we're so fucked."
In the interests of the head medical examiner of the state of Utah, Dr. Deidre Amaro, emanating from, once again, the state of Israel.
You know,
for
they gonna
reasons
think it's
unknown.
them.
What about Timpanogo's
Let's say they
Regional
got something to do with
Hospital, the hospital where Charlie Kirk was declared dead? Well, there's pretty much no interest in Timpanogo's Regional Hospital in the state of Israel because why would there be? Except this spike that happened about a month before Charlie Kirk's death. Very odd. And it was a surgeon from this hospital that told us that Charlie Kirk was a quote-unquote man of steel and that his body stopped a bullet that would typically just go through everything, and it was an absolute. We don't know yet which surgeon supposedly said that, but here are a few surgeons who work at Timpanogo's Regional Hospital. We got Dr. Stephen Nealman, Dr. Robert Patterson, Dr. Lee Peterson, Dr. Lee Trotter, just to name a few. I wonder if anybody was searching for these folks.
Steve. So like I said, they were trying to, because I was going to bring that up, but I knew they were going to bring that up in this video here. The neck is soft, you know what I'm saying, compared to like other parts in the body. Of course, there's, you know, you got your collarbone and stuff like that, but the neck is very soft, technically. So there should have been an exit wound.
Nealman, July 18th, 2025. This was out of our friends on the other side of the planet over there. Very curious about the surgeons in Utah, you'll find out. Robert Patterson, MD, July 23 and 24. I go to the next one, Lee Trotter. Someone with an IP address originating in Israel, looking up surgeon Lee Trotter, near about that same July 20 time period. Are there other? Yeah, as a matter of fact, there is. There's a guy named Lee Patterson. So I look up Lee Patterson. somebody with an IP address originating in Israel in the week of July 20, that week on either side of July 20, was very interested in all the people who practice surgery at Timpanogos Regional Hospital in Orem, Utah.
So yeah, I don't know. We can either believe that there just happened to be a few people in the state of Israel in the month of July and August who were very interested in finding out more about a certain regional hospital in the state of Utah and who the state's head medical examiner was, and the different surgeons in the area. Or maybe there's just one too many coincidences to not invest.
Now, people are so, and you have to look at the history of content in America. People are so goofy and, just so thirsty for a story. There has to be inquiry. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there has to be, it's not even just for politics. It has to be cap going around. Nobody just delivers the right story and then go away. Nobody agrees on everything. For it to for shit to sell and for whatever purposes, just to make money and have something to say, there has to be a counter narrative. Everybody can't agree on the same thing. For example, which is goofy as fuck, but this is how y'all like it. On YouTube, y'all have to be shocked before y'all click something. Meaning, somebody has to make an outrageous thumbnail or just straight up lie before you guys click a video. You guys click a video and it has nothing to do with the thumbnail. Y'all don't even care. Y'all will still watch it. So you got a lot of these bait and switch, type, thumbnails and stuff like that. And that's because people want it that way. And it goes back to what I was telling you guys in the beginning. People don't give a fuck about the truth. People get the truth and still watch the lie. And it goes back to influence.
Further. Oh, and by the way, I checked what Google Trends looks like now. And yeah, looks like absolutely nothing to see here, guys.
So August is where the story really heats up. So much stuff happens in August, and it may be a coincidence. I will leave that for you to decide. From August 4th to the 5th, Bill Ackman, the man who Tucker had roasted at that TPUSA event.
How did Bill Ackman get so rich? Is he really like a genius? I know I'm not.
So Bill Ackman hosted a bunch of people in the Hamptons, including Charlie Kirk, and the story
of a tumultuous storm in Hampton during the week of August convened the ultra-Zionist financier Bill Ackman, who's to Netanyahu, his kind of network in the United States. Charlie Kirk was summoned along with an array of young, sort of vapid, very voracious conservative influencers who seem to be sort of in Israel's back pocket to set a very pro-Israel tone for this meeting. And Charlie Kirk was, according to one source, hammered by Ackman and others for allowing Israel critics, very prominent conservative voices like Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, or the anti-Zionist Jewish comedian Dave Smith to appear at his events. According to multiple sources, had this meeting to basically bully Charlie Kirk into submission. Charlie Kirk walked away, according to one person, feeling like there was an attempt to blackmail him here He refused any offers of funding and also refused the offer to travel to Israel and meet with Netanyahu.
It was also reported that during that August 4th excursion in the Hamptons, Charlie Kirk spoke on the phone to Bibi Netanyahu, and Bibi offered Charlie Kirk a ton of money, and he offered to take TPUSA to the net. Charlie should also noted that according to Charlie's very close friend Tucker Carlson, Charlie didn't even like Bibi.
He didn't love Bibi, that's for sure. Sorry. Anyone who claims otherwise is lying or doesn't know.
So during that trip, it does seem like Charlie Kirk, allegedly, in my opinion, created more enemies. On August 6th, so the next day after the Hamptons trip, Charlie Kirk talked to Megyn Kelly, and he spoke about the backlash from the Dave Smith debate, and he spoke about the way that he was being treated by the Zio donors.
In your crackdowns, push anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that. Megyn, I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel. Both
a lot of the shit that he was talking about, bro. I know somebody with a crazy humor is like, pun intended.
On campus, on social media, treating me repulsive. I have text messages, Megyn, being an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book. Honor the Shabbat. Literally, I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, what am I doing? My moral character is now being put into question, Megyn.
So he didn't want to align with, Netanyahu, because then he feels that Netanyahu would have controlled his message. And he would be obligated to him.
Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, you saw it, Megyn. It was trending on Twitter, 1,000 tweets and text messages. If I have any deviation of a purity test, any deviation whatsoever, such as hosting a focus group, right, Megyn? With a bunch of our students that went viral, having Dave Smith or Tucker at my event, it is all of a sudden, Charlie is he's no longer with us and all that. I said, wait a second, what do you mean? What does with us mean exactly, right? I'm an American, okay? Hostile reaction. Is that now Megyn and Charlie are enemies?
Right.
Boy, I'll tell you, like, you're not gonna, I won't say lose, but you will weaken and just basically deflate.
The more you try to tell me I can't criticize Israel, the more likely I am to do it, to focus on exactly what you're doing, right? Like, what are you doing that you're so defensive? You don't own me. I don't take $1 of money from any Jewish affiliated group. That's never been.
So clearly, Charlie was feeling the pressure of the donors, and in my opinion, his body language
and that's kind of like with these new cats here. Remember I was telling you guys with the newer cats here, they're like, if somebody goes to their channel, right, on a smaller level, right, and they say, hey, I've been here for a while and I'm very well versed with this. When you're running panels, you might want to look into this or check this out, or this is a problem that happens, you know what I'm saying, when you don't listen, or you know what I'm saying, you got to make sure everybody that you have here, you got to make sure that they're not having latency issues and etc. You try to just add a pointer or something, whereas somebody can be trying to tell somebody what to do. Don't get me wrong about that, right? But you have people that's like, oh, don't let that person tell you what to do. Like they're trying to control your show, right? But in reality, and most people ain't gonna see it, or they will, but they're not gonna do shit about it. The person that's bankrolling or funding your show or whatever, they're the your show. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is you get caught in the middle. You get caught in the middle. You're like in the middle of shit. It's like, damn. What do I do? Do I listen to the supporters, or do I listen to myself, or what do I do? You know? It's a sleight of hand. Do you follow what you want to do? Do you follow your following? Who's technically following you? Because you can't make everybody happy, you know? And like I said, and I talked about it, I said I learned that you cannot make everybody happy. And some people, they're just gonna try to find every way, and it's about control too. To, you know what I'm saying, to turn either way, you know what I'm saying? People are gonna find a reason to turn either way. If they want to leave, they want to leave, or if they want to control something, they're gonna say somebody else is controlling you or trying to control you, when in reality, that's what they're trying to do. And then not even that. They'll just throw it out there to see if they could control you. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that they'll throw it out there to see if, how do you respond to that? Are you going to do what you want to do, or are you going to budge? So it's messed up, but it's what happens, not just with channel holders, with anybody that's a leader or have a following. So Charlie Kirk was put in a position where it's like, okay, do I take funding, or do I listen to it? Where are people trying to steer me? Do I follow my instinct? So if he left in that position, imagine his wife, who's in her ear. What will she do? And this is why people are really skeptical of women being the president and women running things, because they will sell your shit out overnight. The women give up the last name, not the man.
That
Let's go.
podcast showed someone who was very distressed.
What do you do?
And oh, I forgot to tell you something very important, but surely was a coincidence. Now, in my opinion, this is very strong circumstantial evidence to support the idea that there was a conspiracy to take out Charlie. As many of you guys know, America has this little thing called the FBI, and this beady-eyed motherfucker, Kash Patel, was the director of the FBI back in August of 2025, and he still is as I am making this video today. And on August 5th, 2025, Kash Patel, for no good reason, at least not one that he has articulated to anyone, forced out the head of the Salt Lake City, Utah FBI office, Maytab Syed. Keep in mind, the request for Charlie to appear at the campus event in Utah was submitted in mid-July. Mind you, it wasn't announced officially until August, but the request was submitted in mid-July. A few weeks later, the head of the Utah FBI is then fired. Interesting coincidence. Just to add more context for why this was noteworthy, she had been appointed during the Trump administration, so it's not like she was someone who was appointed under Biden and was a holdover. I bring this up because many FBI employees were fired at the request of Donald Trump as retribution for investigations that they had done that he didn't agree with. However, Maytab Syed doesn't appear to be one of those people. No good reason or even bad reason has been given for why she was forced out. This woman was qualified.
So everybody's playing tug of war. Who owns what? Are you going to be a leader or are you going to follow your followers?
She had been working for the FBI for over 2 decades, and by all accounts, she was great at her job. She has been described as legendary. She had experience in cyber terrorism, counterterrorism, she had experience with intelligence agencies, and more. So she was very much qualified to have her job, and it makes you wonder if that is the reason that she was forced out, because she was too qualified and because she was going to do her job properly. So August 5th, Maytab is forced out of the FBI, and a week later on August 13th, Harrison Smith from InfoWars posted this tweet. I'm not gonna name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. So on August 13th, Harrison Smith made that tweet, and now I want to fast forward to August 27th, because August 27th is also a very important date in the timeline. Number one, August 27th was the date that the Utah Valley event was officially announced. Something else that happened that same day was this FARA agreement was drafted. For those of you who are not familiar with FARA, it stands for the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And the simplest explanation is that this is a US law that requires people or organizations working on behalf of a foreign government or group in the US to disclose what they are doing. And on August 27th, we see that a FARA agreement was drafted. And this document has some very interesting coincidences, which I'm sure are coincidences, but for shits and giggles, I'm going to mention them to you. So like I said, August 27th was the day that this agreement was drafted. It's also the same day that the Utah Valley event was announced. This document was signed on September 8th, 2025. And this was the same day that Charlie Kirk was in the group chat saying that he had no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And the document was filed on September 18th. And that is the same day that Erika was announced as the new CEO of TPUSA.
Are you kidding me? Stop it.
So they're saying that she probably was in on it. I mean, listen, they will get your wife. Like, you know, your wife is up for grabs. You know, they'll get people that's close to you. So this isn't far-fetched. You know, Candace has always been around, so she would know from the beginning, because she helped him build it. You never really heard of his wife being in politics or he trusts her politically. You know what I'm saying? Some women are just there to be wives. They're not, you know, and just, you know, stand beside you and clap. Same thing like the first lady, sort of. They're not really necessarily supposed to be, you know, of course they'll believe in what you believe in. They're, you know, but they're not necessarily supposed to be super vocal or indulging in the politics, you know, or answer on behalf of you and stuff like that. That's why you have advisors and other people around you. So I did find that fairly odd.
This document does conveniently or inconveniently have plenty of dates that line up. And what's noteworthy is that this document was signed by Brad Parscale, disclosing that he was representing Israel's interests to Gen Z on behalf of the State of Israel. And Brad Parscale was the Chief Strategy Officer at Salem Media, and he also previously worked on the Trump campaign. But Brad Parscale, like I said, was the Chief Strategy Officer for Salem Media, and Salem Media was the distributor for the Charlie Kirk show. So it could be coincidence that Bibi offers Charlie money and Charlie says nah. And shortly after this agreement was drawn up. It could also be a coincidence that all of those dates lined up and Brad Parscale taking money from that pesky government overseas to do Hasbara is just completely unrelated. It is very possible that this is all a big coincidence. I just noticed it and I wanted to share it with you guys. On September 2nd, the new head of the Salt Lake City FBI starts his job, and we all know how that's been going so far.
We were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions.
Something else that happened on September 2nd was this internal memo was circulated at TPUSA. Charlie Kirk was letting everybody know that he was doing a Doge-style audit of the TPUSA financials. On September 9th, Charlie does a podcast with someone who probably should file a FAR request, the eyebrow king himself, Ben Shapiro.
Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything that.
And see, he don't like that, because I think around this time, and he's not even gonna, he don't like this. I'm gonna just say that, because he probably think that Ben got a not Ben, but Charlie got a puppet in his back, because I think around this time, him and Candace Owens fell out. Because remember, y'all, Candace Owens used to work for Ben Shapiro. So she knows things, or she knows what questions to ask and stuff like that. So, Candace is in with Charlie. So, Ben probably think that, some of the questions that Charlie would ask him is probably he's asking on behalf of Candace. Like she put a battery in his back or whatever. Because y'all know Ben Shapiro and Candace them fell out with each other. And she didn't really say much about Ben Shapiro for a while. But she been throwing jabs, and she got in his ass on an occasion or two. I gotta show y'all something too. Also, Ben came for the red pill, and that didn't end well. And it's funny because Ben is actually usually an elite debater. I don't know what's been happening with Ben Shapiro since COVID time. Ben is usually on point, but he's been real sloppy lately, and just, I don't know what's gotten into Ben Shapiro.
Media says because.
And the next day, Charlie was killed under questionable circumstances. And at the memorial, Tucker Carlson, someone who was very good friends with Charlie, shared this message.
And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people. And they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem.
After watching this video, I'm sure you have figured out my theory on what really happened to Charlie. I think he created enemies, and it wasn't furries. There were people who didn't want him in Trump's ear, and I believe those same people wanted control over TPUSA so that they can continue to use it to launder Hasbara. They probably didn't anticipate that we would be asking all of these questions, though. And I think the reason that so many people...
And they immediately... Because like I said, usually they don't transfer this type of, like when the president gets killed, the first lady doesn't become the president. Does that make sense? The vice president becomes the president, not the first lady. So... And I get it, but it's like immediately after this happens, they really try to get rid of Candace Owens. Who I wouldn't necessarily say is next up, because she has her own thing going on, but she helped them build TPUSA. But they had to get her ass up out of there, or she'll have no say at all. it had to answer to Erika. So.
People at TPUSA have been complicit in the cover-up is because they were stealing money from TPUSA. I don't have concrete proof of this. I'm just saying this based off of what I have read in the publicly available financial statements. There are many shell companies that are listed as vendors, and these companies are receiving large sums of money, and these companies don't have an online presence, they don't even have a physical address, so it just seems like a very plausible explanation, embezzlement happening. And since those individuals don't have clean hands or morals, they are going down with the ship.
They're processing their guilt in the way that
their grief.
Their grief. Thank you. And
also, I think Erika is a honeypot. Just my opinion. I spoke about this more in depth in my Patreon video. I do Patreon exclusive content. In case you want to check that out, the link will be down below. It's also a way to support the work that I do in case you're interested. But just going back to Erika for a second, just my opinion. But I think marrying Charlie was an opportunity, and his death was a bigger opportunity. That is just my opinion. Anyways, that is all I have for this video. If you liked it, please don't forget to hit the like button if you are not yet subscribed.
Right, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Analyzing the Charlie Kirk case.
Hold on. Shout outs to Nene Social. So this is why they're mad at this Drewski skit, which just made fun of Erika Kirk. It didn't really close to what this did.
God.
Well, let's go.
Prayers.
Y'all, Juicy done got on.
And this is why Candace Owens is laughing.
That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. Prayers.
Y'all, Juicy on this internet and pissed some white folks off, man. I haven't even seen the whole video. I just saw a little clip of it. But on him, I was like, don't tell me he about to do Erika Kirk. Drewski makes for the ugliest woman I ever seen in my life. He'll never need to do this again. I wanted so bad to get to this yesterday, man, but I was so busy. But let's go ahead. Let's run this.
Get on your feet!
Bro, I didn't even realize this is T Grizzly's first day out. There's a reason. There's a reason why he's using this track.
Right. You got to better.
Kill me if I snitch, because if you snitch, I'm going to kill you. Yo, that was like some Candace Owens versus Erika Kirk going on right there, bro. I'm telling you. I knew it. I knew there was a reason. This man is a fool. Druski is trying to solidify his dang on position as a legend in this media game.
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
how about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
God, he makes for an ugly woman. Yo, Marlon Wayne just announced the other day that they about to bring back white chicks. They about to do a white chicks too. It's official. They running it. They about to give us another movie. They need to go ahead and put Druski in there, man. I bet he kept his facial hair. That's probably a part of the reason why he looks so dang ugly. God, this is ugly. And people are so mad at him for doing this white face, right? They're so mad at him for doing it when a lot of folks don't even realize this man's grandfather is white. And very proud of his grandson. Druski
All right. I'm waiting till we come back. Hold up. Now, this is what D was saying earlier about Druski being half white. All right, let's go. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Hold on, y'all. Are y'all enjoying the show? Please hit the like button. Support the show.
That's right. They're so mad at him for doing it when a lot of folks don't even realize this man's grandfather is white. Like completely white. And very proud of his grandson. Druski is part white, him damn self. As much blackface that has been done in comedy and in movies throughout the years, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, man. If this was any other ethnicity, if he was doing Asian face, what's that yellow face? If he was doing Hispanic face, they wouldn't be tripping on it as hard. You might have a few upset people within those communities that will come out and say something, but ain't no white person gonna care. Only those people will be outraged for a short amount of time, and then it's just gonna blow over.
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Trinity, which is what hold the Bible.
Yo, he is pulling off the freaking awkward stare into the camera, bro. Like this needed to be done, man. Be done. News: Erika Kirk has sent Drewski a cease and desist, claiming defamation, saying if he doesn't remove the content, he will be sued. Joke's on her because the art of parody is protected, so she can go ahead and sue herself. She brought this on herself. Before we get back to this, I gotta tell y'all, last month I paid out 3 people $100 each for playing video games on their phone. Free Cash is the app that you download.
All right, listen. Because he's giving y'all a cap. Y'all can hit my link that's in the corner top. And if you guys want an extra $5 to play video games and get paid for it, which you can while listening to Player Talk Radio, you can hit that QR code that's up there, or you can hit the QR code that's right here and get paid to play games. All right, and it's $5 on me, Player Talk Radio. And you get to play certain games that you already are playing or games that you like. Now, some games, they pay you to download them. You know, some games you got to make it to, you know, because they're not being fully truthful with y'all. Some games you got to, you know, you got to get to a certain level with a certain amount of days. Some games, if you spend a certain amount of money, they give you cash back and stuff like that. But make sure you use my coupon code right here after you scan this QR code, and you get your extra $5. But if you're using like Android, or if you're using Apple, don't let War Master know. If you're using Android or you're using Apple, you got to make sure, you know, you got to make sure you do allow app to track, so that way it can track when you're when you cross, you know, certain missions and milestones and get paid. So definitely hit my QR code and get that extra $5. Right, Bros, Flat Power Guy.
Yo, like, why was Erika out here like this after her husband died? Like, people are like, she's accepting and loving the attention and the praise that she was getting from people. Like, she was a WWE wrestler coming out to the ring, man. Like,
and look, everybody's in the wrestling referee.
Sweet cream foam chai ice matcha.
Where you get the dog from? from?
Ella will have all organic pup cup. Organic? Yes, everything organic.
Yo, you just know they pulled up to the window and Drewski was like, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this. We're not even gonna tell them. They're not in on it. We just gonna run this.
But the fucked up part is that this also shows how goofy America is. Because you know how he's dressed up for a skit? You have all kinds of communities, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, walking around in America that even if somebody's dressed up like this, you can't say nothing. Like, think about that. A sane person would be like, oh, this person is dressed up. They're probably doing a skit and stuff like that. But no, you got people that dress up like this. And they look like this on a regular basis. And they're not playing. This is how they look. They're not playing and they're not running a skit. So he can get away with this. That you have average functional human beings walking around out here that look like Gorlock the Destroyer. And if you say something, it could be a lawsuit. Right. Just like how Borat did, right. And you'll be considered crazy, but they're not considered out of their mind or crazy. And they will walk around like this. No problem.
Like, Erika, as far as I'm concerned, had the most fake
Something wrong with you if you comment or say something.
mourning of a lost loved one that I've ever seen. And anybody with common sense could see it. That's why this parody exists.
4, 3.
Is this Pilates?
7. Oh.
Well, watch it. Careful. Careful, just get.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs.
Yo, the fact that this actually happened.
Yes, because they are the ones who mattered most.
So let's see what the internet had to say about Druski's skit. This guy gets on here, he says, LOL, Black uses the Bible as a prop for comedy skits now? I guess it makes sense for something whose kinds do. Quote something from the Bible, Deuteronomy 23 verse 2. No one born of forbidden marriage, nor any other descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord, not even the 10th generation. This guy's such a lame. Druski, I'm telling you, he kept that beard on. He kept that beard on. And then somebody go sit here and post this mess that Donald Trump reposted. Whoa, why y'all trying to bring the Obamas into this? This is all about Erika Kirk right now. This lame right here talking about this opens blackface for everyone, by the way. And for everybody that needs a little context in regards to when Drewski was staring into the camera with them weird looks, this is where it came from.
We usually did before tours. We said our prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us and we asked the Lord that his will be done. That's what we did.
The whole team could be the camera angle.
At one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her...
Have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
You're growing closer to Jesus.
I don't care how mad people want to be at Drewski, man. This was classic. And then look, you got all these people here saying, "Oh, I guess it's okay to do."
Whole time, I'm not even gonna lie. Erika herself probably was fucking laughing. Y'all seen that anime meme with like Vegeta and he's like getting hit by like a key blast, but he's like laughing at the same time, and somebody was like, when somebody roasts you, but it's kind of funny. That shit is real. In the DMV area, we be roasting each other. We be joning on each other. We call it joning. Or bidding, you know, making each other to bid. We be bidding on each other. So, hey. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys have been enjoying the show, almost 6 hours into the madness, we can at least get one supporter. Damn. At least we could get one supporter. Please hit the like button and support the show, y'all. Giving y'all some great game. All right?
Blackface did since he did whiteface. Like, people really baffle me how dumb they can be on the internet. This is comedy. This is satire. If you're a white comedian and you decide that you want to come out and do a blackface Druski or whomever, a politician, a Barack Obama,
they can't do that. They get locked out. They can't even imitate a Charlie Kirk or somebody like that. The white comedians are not able to do this.
we won't bat an eye.
Banging, yep.
The black community won't bat an eye. And the ones that do are dumb like you. When it's comedy, it's different than some idiot getting on the internet that is clearly being racist and deciding that they want to do blackface so that they can show their racist hand and just how much hate they have in their heart for the black community. That's different. So a black dude doing a whiteface is a joke. It's okay, but it's racist to do so the other way around? No, you're just dumb. And
there's no culture of somebody doing it the other way around. There's no culture of somebody doing it the other way around, but there is a culture of blackface, which pushed and propelled media as we know it today.
This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This guy says, of course, some fat black slop has to make fun of someone who's more famous than him to stay relevant. Actually, he's more famous than her, but
yeah, he's way more famous than her.
That's besides the point. What? Goods are bullying and making fun of a widow? Are there any white people? Check this out. Are there any white people out there willing to do blackface as a fat black slob with blonde hair? Because wait, damn it, I lost it. Because that would be pretty damn funny to me. This man.
And the crazy thing is that a lot of white people were celebrating when Charlie Kirk passed.
He's showing his hand, ain't he? He's showing his racism towards black people. This is not the same. This is not the same. Like I said before, a white person doing blackface for the hell of it, or just because they're showing that they don't.
Yeah, they got Asian face too. Yeah,
don't like black people is completely different than a comedian doing a skit about an individual that has some questionable morals. We all looking at this woman like, something ain't right about you, and you need to be called out on it. All right, now look, this one came from a black man. This is what he has to say. Let's hear him out. He says, despite her being taunted by smaller creators, we share the responsibility to know when something is too far. Her husband actually was killed a few months ago. You can go viral.
Now niggas want to show sympathy. This is crazy. Selective sympathy.
With ease, but why does it have to be at a cost of a family this time? I get where you're coming from. I truly do. And I don't believe that Druski would have made this skit if it wasn't for the fact that he's seeing what a lot of us are seeing. And what a lot of us are seeing makes it seem as though Erika never truly cared for Charlie. Never did. Yo, didn't it come out that the kids wasn't even his? I don't even think he knew about that. If this woman was truly mourning over this man, she would be doing just that.
Yeah, old man Looney Tunes. Yeah, and Steamboat Willie, they had to rechange and redo Mickey Mouse.
Not going on tour, not going on all these press conferences when she has kids who need her at a time where they have lost their father. This woman did more press than you ever seen somebody do after losing their husband. That is why the parody was made. That is why the smaller creators that you speak of are talking up about this mess. And here go the other one right here. Here go the other way. Druski nailed this part.
Protect all men in America, especially all white men in America.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
Well, we got a black man back here in the back hiding his face. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let me guess. This is the Father, this is the Son, and this is the Holy Spirit. They kill me. They killing it. No one, Drewski. Nah, because why they look alike? Why they look alike? And this is the thing that kills me. People are acting like this is the first time that Drewski has done something like this. This ain't the first time this man has done whiteface. This is just the time that y'all choose to be mad. That's just what it is. This just goes to show you that Erika has way more supporters out here than most of us would realize. I thought most of America was wise enough to see that there was something just.
No, they're not supporters. A lot of people are happy that she's sabotaging Turning Point USA, but they're not necessarily supporters.
Disturbingly off about this woman. And when you look at all the dang on videos that Candace Owens is doing on her, getting the millions of views, man, have wise to say, this woman isn't who she has portrayed herself to be all these years. Like, why is it that Candace is more concerned with the actual truth in regards to Charlie Kirk's passing than his own wife? It's the weirdest thing that this.
Because there's people in her ear that aren't in Candace's ear, and honestly, they can't let Candace run Turning Point USA, and they don't want her to, because guess what? They don't have no influence. Back to what I was telling y'all on Candace Owens. They don't have no influence on her. She's not necessarily obligated. You know what I'm saying? She's not obligated to anything that they could probably offer her for that. So the wife, she can compromise herself. She'll compromise herself. It's gonna get harder. It's gonna be harder to get Candace to budge.
This woman doesn't want to investigate what actually happened to her husband, but yet the internet has a slew of theories,
and they don't want to give Candace Owens that type of political validity. They don't want to give Candace Owens that type of influence. Yeah, hell no, you don't get it. You don't get it that quick. The last person they want running TP USA and that shit to be in their hands is Candace Owens. You know,
theories as to what.
Right. She on her neck. What's going on
could
there?
have actually happened, and Erika not saying nothing about none of it. It's like it's almost as if she doesn't even care. That's a woman that's mourning the death of her husband. Doesn't seem right to me. Doesn't sit right. Let's watch Candace Owens react to the Druski skit.
Get on your feet!
raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
Broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. Prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
I wonder what's going through her head right now.
You can't.
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America.
So good.
Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs.
Yo, he killed that. He killed that.
Because they are the ones.
Man,
who
it's
matter
black, bro.
most.
This is dark shit.
Okay, that black guy like didn't say a single word, and so just takes away the entire scene. Just perfect faces that he's making behind him. This is how everybody's feeling. Everybody, for the first time, it's not left or right. It's like everyone's united in feeling this. It feels fake. It feels wrong. They are trying to use this idea of Christianity as a shield, and I was hinting on that again. Removing Erika Kirk from the scenario, I was noticing all of these women that make.
See, they don't like this because for some reason they made Candace Owens like some long lost side chick widow of Charlie Kirk when she helped them build TP USA. And it's like this is giving her validity. So you know she rolling around.
Videos, they're just catty. They're just influencers, but they try to find a Bible verse. It's like, I'm not actually catty. This is the Bible verse. Stop doing that. Just stop doing that. Now do conservative black women. He's referring to me. I think he's referring to me. I don't know.
Right.
You have my permission. If you want to do a skit about me, that works. Andrew, why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? Now do conservative black women. What are you talking about? I've been made fun of by the left since I started my career. Like, I've been on Saturday Night Live. They made fun of me.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle did a skit about me. My response was, this is funny. It's cool. It's legendary that Dave Chappelle knows my name. You want to know why you're mad? Because you're guilty. Your conscience is bothering you. You're angry that you have so much money. Power to the White House. You can get Scott Besson to issue a letter and say Turning Point is in great financial standing. Imagine having that much power, but actually no influence.
Imagine having that much power.
You see what I said? Man. I'm a beast. And I'm not giving y'all no damn mediocre content. So with that said, 6 hours. I'm gonna put a pin in it. All right, we got to do better on the support, y'all. But shout outs to everybody here. I don't know. I guess this is falling on deaf ears, man. 6 hours worth of pure fire, man. We got to do better on the support, y'all. I'll see you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Premium content ain't supported, man. It's Player Talk. Peace.